Good evening. I'd like to call the January 21st, 2014 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with a roll call?
Yes. Mayor Coombs?
Here.
Councilmembers Bagley?
Here.
Christensen? Here. Finley? Here.
Levison.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Santos.
Here.
Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be, let's do the pledge of allegiance first. Give me a hand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I must be in a hurry to run a fast meeting. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at first call, public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their name on the list will have the opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening or final call, public invited to be heard on any of the items at the end of the meeting. So now we need to approve the January 7th regular session minutes. Councilmember Levison?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move the January 7, 2014 minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, let's vote. Frank, you can vote. I hit it. I hit it. Okay. Okay, 7-0. Valerie, are there any agenda items or submissions of documents?
Yes, Mayor Coombs. There was a LURA item added to your agenda after the original went out. You should have received it last Thursday. It is LURA Resolution 2014-03. And then tonight, late, the agreement that goes along with that was deposited electronically, but they're also at your desk. And this being added is item 11B2C.
Okay. Is there a report from the city manager?
Yes, Mayor. There was some desire to have the presentation on the organizational assessment portion of the target industries moved to the 28th when the consultants are here. We originally wanted to split that up because next week we also want to focus on the target industry component of that, which will take some time. But in light of that information, what we'd like to do is pull 11C. So that we can have that discussion next week. Just let council know that it will be a much more extended conversation than we originally planned. And plus tonight we see that it's probably going to be a long agenda. So that would be staff's desire at this point.
Okay.
And also wanted to let you know that one of the items that came up at the last, at the open forum was a conversation about the triathlon. In conversations with staff, they are meeting with, they're trying to set up meetings. And so I know we talked about having the discussion on the 21st, but we would like to come back on the 28th with the information that we gathered from those conversations.
Okay, great. So is everybody fine with pulling that and dealing with that next week? So, okay, we'll do that. All right, I guess it's time for, special reports of the electrical vehicles.
And Mayor Coombs, this is a presentation on the electric vehicle supply equipment grant acceptance, and I'm not sure how to say that, but so I'll let Mike Fraley introduce this.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Coombs, City Council members. My name is Mike Fraley. I work for Longmont Power and Communications, and I'm in the Energy Services group there. With me here tonight from the city is Phil Greenwald, Transportation Planner, Bruce Macilis, the Fleet Manager, and Ann Lutz, Energy Services Group Manager. Also here tonight with me is the Executive Director from the Regional Air Quality Council, Mr. Ken Lloyd. The Regional Air Quality Council is awarding the city more than $25,000 to install electric vehicle charging stations in the city through their Charge Ahead Colorado program. And so before I do my slides, I'd like to have Ken Lloyd come up to talk about the Charge Ahead Colorado.
Thank you, Mike. Members of council, mayor, pleased to be here tonight to give you an overview of our electric vehicle program that we have going on here in the metro area. Just a little background on the Regional Air Quality Council. I've been here before, but we're the air quality planning agency for the now the 9-county ozone attainment area. We recently added Larimer and Weld County to our areas of responsibility as well. I'm here tonight to talk about Charge Ahead Colorado, which is a partnership between the Regional Air Quality Council and the Colorado Energy Office. This is a program that we put together with the Energy Office to promote the use of electric vehicles and electric vehicle infrastructure within the 7-county metro area. It's to increase the diversification of our fleet, use fuels other than petroleum-based fuels, to have a recharging infrastructure throughout the region, to reduce pollution, obviously, and to increase energy security. Part of what we do is we are providing funding both for electric vehicles and the electric vehicle infrastructure. As with all our alternative fuels, it's kind of a chicken and egg situation. You need the infrastructure to encourage the use of the vehicles, but you also need the vehicles to make the infrastructure feasible. So we're attacking it on both fronts and providing funding for both the charging infrastructure as well as the vehicles. The eligible entities for our project are primarily local governments, but also special districts, other nonprofits, even homeowners associations for the charging structure. There is a state tax incentive for private companies and private fleets to subsidize the purchase of their electric vehicles. To date, we've been running this program now for a little bit over a year. We've awarded 41 charging stations, which actually increases the number of charging stations in the metro area by over 50%. And we've helped purchase 15 electric vehicles for entities throughout the region. And we're pleased to be able to add to that list tonight by awarding the City of Longmont both the vehicle charging infrastructure as well as in the future electric vehicles. The funding for this program comes from the federal Department of Transportation, the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program. This is a program that's administered through DRCOG. Our contract is actually awarded through the State Department of Transportation. We will pay up to 80% of the incremental cost of a electric vehicle, up to a little over $8,000 per vehicle. And the same with the charging station. We'll pay up to 80% of that cost, up to a little over $6,000 per charging station. To date, we have awarded close to $250,000 for charging stations throughout the region for those 41 stations that I mentioned, and also close to $125,000 for electric vehicles. Most of our funding to date obviously has gone to the charging stations. There's been more demand for that to get the charging stations in place before the vehicles follow. But we still have a significant amount of money, close to $100,000 for charging stations and over $800,000 for electric vehicles. So we're going to be really promoting electric vehicles and the purchase of those throughout the area over the next couple of years. So with that, here's some information about where you and the public can find more information on our program. We have a quarterly application program. Obviously, the City of Longmont's already been awarded funding in this, but we have another program that's coming up in February. And also for a map of charging stations, there's a website listed here where, again, that's the important part, especially with electric vehicles. There's the range fear of how far vehicles can go, but with the charging stations that we're putting together here, people can drive pretty freely throughout the metro area. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike, and he's going to present specifically what the City of Longmont program is going to be. And I'll be happy to answer any questions when Mike's done.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ken. Excuse me. So electric vehicles are becoming more popular, and electric vehicle owners cite a variety of reasons for going to electric. They like the zero tailpipe emission aspect of it. Electric vehicles are more quiet than conventional vehicles. Electricity, for the most part, is a domestically sourced fuel. They like the fact that there's no gasoline smell, oil smell, no dealing with that. Potential cost savings in operating an electric vehicle over a conventional fueled vehicle. Part of that is the fact that there's less maintenance. And more frequently, what we're hearing from electric vehicle customers is that they really like the performance of electric vehicles. So the current electric vehicle market, right now there's about 14 models that are available to choose from in the U.S. They make up about 2.5% of new car sales. And there are projections for Colorado that by 2025, there will be roughly 4 to 22% of new vehicle car sales will be electric vehicles. There are basically 3 different levels of electric vehicle chargers. Level 1 chargers are 120 volts. The typical application is for residential recharging. Level 2, 240 volts, and there are both residential applications and commercial applications. And then level 3 is 480 volts, and these are pretty much strictly commercial applications. And they can charge a vehicle in 30 to 60 minutes. So the city charging station plan looks like this. Longmont Power and Communications will install 4 publicly accessible charging stations around the city, 3 level 2 chargers and 1 level 3 charger at the locations in the table there. Electric vehicle customers will pay for the charging sessions through pre-approved accounts or via a credit card. On the vehicle side, Fleet Services plans to purchase 2 electric vehicles to replace existing aging fleet vehicles at Longmont Power and Communication and the Development Services Center sometime later this year. So awards and donations. Again, the Regional Air Quality Council is awarding the city $25,040 for charging stations. That item is on the consent agenda for later this evening. And as we pointed out, the Regional Air Quality Council will award us up to $8,250 per vehicle later this year when we purchase those vehicles. And last, we have a company that is donating a level 3 charger to the city, and that will also be on the consent agenda later this evening. And at this point, we'd like to entertain any questions that you guys might have about the charging stations or vehicles.
Is the cost for charging at a public charging station pretty much the same as what the cost of electricity? Is there any surcharge added to it, or what is the real cost of charging a car at a station?
Good question. We the business division at LPC will be looking at. They're going to help us develop the rates for charging, and the intent is to basically recover all of our cost of service at those for those charges.
Thank you, Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. Have you entertained an idea of somebody who's already a existing residential LPC customer that they could put their customer number in and their address and basically have that billed to their residential account if they were a user of the charging stations? Or would the rates be radically different than what you're paying as a residential customer?
Right now, we are looking at basically just having it through a pre-approved account that a customer could set up with the network person. So there will be a third party that kind of handles the transactions, and right now it looks like it'll be a flat rate until we start to gather enough data on how frequently these will be used. So I think the rates could change over time, but it's interesting.
Well, kind of one-stop shop to, if you happen to be an electric vehicle owner, you happen to be a loyal resident of Longmont, and you've got an LPC account, just, put your account number in and keep charging it up. Because it's nice to have that customer loyalty built in.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Moore?
Okay, so we're still using electricity that's generated with coal, and what is the environmental cost overall? How much, is there really any savings over standard fuel sources
From a cost perspective?
from an environmental cost?
An environmental cost. Well, our fuel mix is about 75% coal, and the other 25% is a mix of renewables. From an emissions standpoint, what I've seen to date, it varies on the mix. I don't think we haven't done any analysis on our exact fuel mix, but the life cycle cost analysis that I've seen that takes into consideration that we have a lot of electricity that's produced by coal. In the long run, in the end, there are there's CO2 savings to be had from a life cycle standpoint. Manufacturing an electric vehicle up front, there's a little bit more CO2 produced, but the bulk of the emissions come from the use of the vehicle and consumption of electricity, and that actually, in the end, produces less CO2, kind of a wells-to-wheel life cycle analysis for electric vehicles, even with the national fuel mix that we have throughout this country to generate electricity.
Much less CO2?
Don't quote me, but I think the number is roughly, the study that I looked at, it was about 20% less well-to-wheels.
Okay, you're sure of that, right?
I can share the report that I pulled that from. If you want to take a look at it, I'd be happy to share it with you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, will we be pulling our electricity from Platte River Power?
Yes. Yeah.
So let me ask a question. How clean does Platte River Power run as far as CO2 emissions? Do we have that?
For my understanding from with their pretty much, Platte River is one of the cleanest coal.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I can clarify since I sit on the board.
Yeah, exactly, in the mayor.
Coal, Platte River is like the third or fourth cleanest coal plant in the country. It's very well run in terms of emissions, but it still emits CO2. All coal plants do.
Right.
Coal per megawatt, produces about 3 times as much CO2 as like a gas-fired plant does. So there's nothing you can do about it unless you sequestered the CO2 and captured it. It does release CO2 into the atmosphere.
Right, I don't want to think of that. But Platte River Power does run pretty clean. So
yeah, and we are planning on integrating a lot more renewables as time goes on in the future too. So,
all right, thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. They also augment with wind power
And
Yeah. Anyway, my only question is, it's way cool that we're getting these cars, but are we getting them because they're cool or because we actually need to enhance the fleet by 2? And my question is, I don't care if we're getting them because we're cool and we really don't need them, but are we cutting back in other areas, selling 2, et cetera? Or are we all just out of curiosity, what were the needs of the fleet other than cool?
Mayor Pro Tem Bagley and members of council, I'm Bruce Macelis, fleet manager. The vehicles that we're getting are replacements for existing vehicles. It's part of our natural cycle. So we thought, what I did is I looked at the vehicles coming out of service this year, what's budgeted to be replaced, and where the best fit for these vehicles would be. Electric vehicles by nature, pure electric vehicles, have a limited range, and we have many vehicles that work within city limits and would be a great application for them.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I know you're probably waiting with bated breath to put in your order for your Tesla, right?
Absolutely. Actually, that's the third, right? That's the next Tesla.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Mike.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so it's time for public invited to be heard. First person.
Do we need to pass the resolution?
No, it comes off the consent. Is
Okay, see.
Jody Betty? Jade Beatty?
Thank you for this opportunity. I just learned about this last night, and I'm...
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Jade Beatty. My address is 634 Kimbark, a few blocks up the street here in Longmont. I find it ironic that on the eve of the 41st anniversary of Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court decision that gave us the right to free and not free, but legal and safe abortion, we're still in this conversation, and I understand that there's some funding issues for Planned Parenthood here. Some of my information may be a little off because I haven't had time to really look at this, but I understand that there's some funding tiers, and I do recall attending something in the summer where we prioritized as citizens some of the concerns in the community and talked about where we wanted our funding to go. One of the priorities was to increase the number of uninsured and underinsured people accessing prevention and treatment for dental, mental, and physical health care. Boulder Valley Women's Health Center has provided subsidized family planning and gynecology care now to low-income and uninsured people in Longmont. Within Boulder County, Longmont has the highest rate of teenage pregnancy, and that has been reduced somewhat, hopefully, and probably by some of the efforts of Planned Parenthood here. So my concern is for our young people. I am an all-faith minister and a full-time student at Naropa in the undergraduate department or degree plan for peace studies. I started college at the age of 59 with a group of 18-year-olds, and it's been a trip, I'll tell you. But I've had a good time, and I watched these young people struggle around their sexuality and relationship issues. And there were a few unwanted pregnancies that were hard for the class, hard for the community within Naropa. And it hurts me to see the lack of education that's still happening in our schools. There needs to be sex education for each appropriate age, and we need to contradict the cultural aspects of sexuality right now. Porn is very accessible at young ages, and it's one way that we can have sex, but there are others as well. I don't believe that abstinence teachings work. We have these biological imperatives that hit with puberty that are very hard to override through moral teachings or concerns about behavior.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bringing this up. Joan Peck.
Hello, I'm Joan Peck, 1935 Spruce Avenue. Mayor Coombs and council members, I'm here to speak on two different issues. The first is please consider funding women's health in this community. The weight of all the nonprofits in Longmont did not seem to be done objectively. The previous Health and Human Services Board was biased against women's health and didn't seem to find it worthy of funding. I hope the council sees women's health as an important service and funds it anyway. The second issue is the Synergy Road request. The request for a public road to access private property by Synergy and the responses by council has made no sense to me until last Tuesday evening when Mayor Pro Tem Bagley publicly stated an interest in annexing the land up to I-25 because Weld County had no water. The statement screamed of development and brought back to mind the Union annexation plan of 2007 and the flagpole annexation by Firestone. In my opinion, Synergy doesn't care how it accesses the referred to wells and is perfectly happy with the two roads that they're already using. My theory is that the landowners, like Bridge under the 4C Corporation, wants to abandon those two roads and develop the land with real estate per the Union annexation plan of 2007. This road request is needed not so much to access the wells, but to have access from that development to the reservoir and County Road 26, which they plan to rename Reservoir Boulevard per the Union annexation plan of 2007. In my opinion, it's not a coincidence that the road request is for 20 years, which coincides with the 20-year extension plan of the reservoir, giving the Lightbridge development lakeside property. Again, this is in the Union annexation plan of 2007. When I asked about the damage to our Weld County Road 26 when the GNO traffic was rerouted, the answer I got was we'll deal with that later. Mayor Coombs, if my theory is correct, and Lightbridge is abandoning their access roads to keep heavy truck traffic, oil spills, and contaminated water off land they want to develop, why don't you revisit this access road request to at least order a traffic impact study of Weld County Road 26? Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. James Kilworthy.
James Kilworthy, 107 Caribou Place. It was a lot more comfortable sitting down last week than it is standing up. What I want to say is we live in troubled times, and another way of saying that is we live in a corporate system. Corporations are very powerful, and when they all pull in the same direction or lean in the same direction, they're really hard to resist. Often, corporate interests do not align with the vital interest of the citizens. And usually it comes down to corporate profit or the health of the people, which we have seen a lot in the past few months. I would like to suggest that you keep this in the forefront of your mind when these issues come up. I know some of you already do that. I know some of you don't. I know some of you are on the edge. So, if there's any difference to be made, it won't be from me. It will be from inside you. The choice is yours. And the question is, which is more important, the health of the citizens or corporate profit? And the choice is up to you. Thank you very much.
Your name's Sarah Mashank.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of council. My name is Sarah Mishak, 6651 Paiute Court in Niwot. And I am the chair of the Boulder Valley Women's Health Board of Directors. And I'm here to request that you give careful consideration and reverse the recommendation of the Human Services Agency. You're going to hear a lot from a lot of us tonight, but I'm going to give you 2 reasons to do that. Reason number 1 is Medicaid and healthcare reform. So we are very fortunate that we got a large Medicaid expansion. Colorado is one of those states in which our governor chose to go for the Medicaid expansion, and that's wonderful. And many of the citizens of this city will in fact benefit from that. There's a very high population of folks in Longmont who will benefit from the expanded Medicaid. That is only as good as being able to find a provider who will take care of you. And as many of you may know, it is very difficult often for folks to find physicians and healthcare providers who will accept Medicaid. At Boulder Valley Women's Health, we don't just accept it, we embrace it. Our folks, we know our folks are going to be Medicaid eligible. We have enrollees on site to help them get enrolled in Medicaid, and we are a certified medical home with Medicaid so that we can give them coordinated care. There is nothing political about that except providing good quality care to folks who are now going to get paid, be able to afford it, but have to find a provider who will accept their payer source. Reason number 2 is sitting right over there. He took his headphones off for this, so I'm very pleased. I may live in Niwot, but my son goes to school in St. Vrain Valley School District, and my family considers Longmont its community. And I am very proud to have Boulder Valley Women's Health at the Longmont Center provide the services it does in its teen clinic. I know our teens are, my son is in middle school. He will have a lot of very difficult choices to make. He will need good information, and I am proud to have the teen clinic there to provide it. So thank you for your consideration.
Susan Levy.
Good evening. I thought as I walked in here tonight that actually the last time I was in these chambers was in 2006 when I talked to that city council about providing startup funding for our teen clinic here. And I was here with Chuck Stout, who was...
Excuse me just a second.
Yes.
Could you please start with your name and address?
Sorry. Susan Levy, 82 21st Avenue, Suite C.
Thank you.
So, sorry. Chuck Stout, the then head of Boulder County Public Health, was with me, and the city council at that time did recommend seed money and helped us get teen clinic actually started here in Longmont in 2006. So I'm here tonight to ask that you not accept the recommendation of the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory Board with respect to their recommendation to not fund women's health at Longmont when it's presented later in this meeting. According to your website, City Council has the final decision-making responsibility and must carefully weigh board recommendations with those of others, including staff, to arrive at a decision that Council believes is in the overall best interest of the Longmont community. In the letter that I sent to City Council on January 17th, and by the way, I have copies of that if anybody didn't have a chance to read it, I pointed out 2 examples of obvious bias that I believe that was specifically against our organization, which occurred within the actual decision-making process, which I think demonstrated a lack of fundamental fairness. To allow this recommendation to stand in the face of such bias will undermine the credibility not only of the Human Services Advisory Board, but of all advisory boards. The process is only legitimate if the people who volunteer are willing to be objective, apply the standards for fundings to the priorities established by the city, and make their recommendations solely on that basis. What we have seen here demonstrates that the process was not fair or objective, and therefore lacks credibility and should not be upheld. 71% of the teen births in Boulder County happen in the city of Longmont, happen to City of Longmont residents. Those are teens 15 to 17 years old. 71% are happening right here. The teen birth rate has dropped continuously since the year 2000, and most dramatically since 2006, coincidentally or not, I don't think, when we opened our free teen clinic in Longmont. And I think that we can at least claim some responsibility for that is due to our efforts. As I mentioned, the city of Longmont gave us seed money at that time and had funded us continuously up until 2011, through 2011, excuse me. The need hasn't changed. No one else in Longmont is providing free clinical services for teens. We do also serve adults. 20% of our overall patient population is from the city of Longmont. Our application fell squarely within the top tier 1 of priorities to fund basic needs, including increase the number of uninsured and underinsured people accessing prevention and treatment, as the other speaker mentioned. So with that, I will honor the time and ask that you not accept the recommendation of the advisory board and actually fund our request this year.
Thank you,
because
Cindy.
it is in the best interest of the people of Longmont. Thank you.
Padma Wick. Followed by Brian Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. Excuse me. My name is Padma Wick. I live at 4213 Frederick Circle in Longmont. First, I too want to request that you fund the Boulder Valley Women's Health for many of the reasons that have already been mentioned. Second, I attended last week's public forum and left after 3 hours with a little bit of frustration. So tonight I want to address some points regarding your agreement with Synergy for road access through Longmont property. First, the agreement in section 1.1 states that it's a temporary, non-exclusive permit to use Longmont property. Later in the agreement, it says that it's for 20 years. So Synergy will be able to use this exclusively for themselves and their contractors for 20 years. They're authorized by your agreement to build a fence blocking off access. Since they'll have exclusive access, how many years before they can, under S-cheat law, I believe it's called, claim ownership of this property by virtue of their exclusive use? And why, if that were to happen, would we want to give this property away in such a covert way? And second, does the fact that the agreement states both temporary and 20-year access in any way invalidate the agreement? Third, Mayor Coombs and Councilman Bagley both stated that they hoped this would show good faith towards Synergy and that would somehow benefit the city of Longmont in regard to the lawsuit on their regulations. One doesn't enter into a 20-year agreement on the possibility of some kind of reciprocity. If there is anything to benefit Longmont, it should have been stated openly in the agreement. Fourth, any testing to be conducted to measure for pollution to air and water by fracking of Weld County wells will be useless, as the damage will already have been done. If Longmont does intend to oversee of the process as it is happening to ensure it doesn't pollute, why is that not stated in this agreement? Fifth, I wonder why last week Councilman Bagley repeatedly referred to the lawsuit on regulations. And the city regulations, those are not a law. But the ban enshrined in the charter is law, and that's where the emphasis of the conversation should have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Padma. Brian Hansen.
Sorry about the brief delay here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. Right? How do I just use the
I'll vote for that.
Thanks a lot.
That's cute.
What's that?
I'll vote for that.
That's my cat.
Is it?
Ryan Hansen, Longmont, 401 Mountain View Avenue. Mayor and council members, it's good to see you again. My main objective was to come here to continue what I was talking about last time. Ran out of time, and I was going to try it last week, but I got kind of behind a really long line and got impatient and just went home and went to sleep. So I apologize for that. But I did want to, first of all, mention my concern. When I was watching the news last week, and I noticed the news mentioned that the mobile home park, some of our residents of the mobile home park that got flooded are being sort of abused by the city of Longmont for whatever reason. And I guess one thing that brought to my mind was, I'm concerned that, when we eliminated the affordable housing program and lost a lot of that money and affordable housing both, did we also lose some funding that could have been helpful to some of those citizens that were part of that mobile home park? And so this kind of leads me back into the whole campaign finance discussion, because I think one of the issues that we have is maybe part of the reason why we lost the affordable housing funding may be directly connected to some of the campaign finance that we've had in the past. And so I just want to let you make that connection yourself if you feel like there is one. So just to go back to what I'm just using this as an example. There are other council members, such as the mayor and Samori that was on council before, that took some fairly large sums of money through multiple organizations. And one of my concerns about the way the campaign financing is currently set up, it's possible for an individual through multiple organizations that they're associated with to funnel significant money to individual council members. And when I say significant money, $1,680 is a lot more than what we anticipated an individual to contribute, or even an organization to contribute. So it concerns me that using multiple organizations that we can make such large contributions to individual council members. And so this could potentially sway the votes of council members. And this is where my real concern is. If you look at, for example, Wendell Pickett, through multiple organizations, was able to pass Mill Village, protect the developers from the affordable housing program so that they're not paying for it anymore. He's also a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force, which seems a little bit conflicted to me, in Longmont Housing Authority, and owns some Mountain View Welding, which is in a lower income neighborhood, which is having a hard time complying with what I would consider reasonable noise levels. What I want to do is just briefly go through some of these slides. Obviously, I'm going to run out of time here, so I'll be back again. But thank you very much. I guess that's it.
Thank you, Brian. Next up will be Andrew Howell.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Howell. I live at 288 Homestead Parkway here in Longmont. I've returned to continue to pledge my support for the Longmont Triathlon. I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Bagley and Mayor Coombs for agreeing to bring this issue before the council. And at this point, I look forward to seeing the outcome next week. Since our community's clear message last week, I have been contacted by Mr. Friesner, and we'll be attending a meeting with him tomorrow evening to discuss the Longmont Triathlon. As stated quite clearly by several individuals, this event is unique. It's a revenue-generating event for the city, and it should not be considered for cancellation. Certainly, if it once a year half-day event is causing an undue burden on the community of the east side of Longmont, the athletic community would be happy to work with the city to minimize any impact. In addition to recommending you pass that motion to keep the triathlon operating, I'd also recommend a more general approach for the Recreation Department and developing a sound methodology for measuring the effectiveness of its programs. It would help identify programs that are actually a drain on the community, and would enable the city to clearly and factually provide advance notice of impending cancellation of events, preventing the kind of knee-jerk decisions and reactionary responses that we've seen around this topic. A little bit of planning actually goes a really, really long way with this community. Say, if it's not working out, here's why, here's some facts, and we tend to react pretty well to that, whereas all of a sudden, ooh, we're going to cancel something and we really don't have much to back it up, it's making money, it's really popular. Obviously something happened there. Just like to encourage you to develop a metric for that. And before I leave, I also have another letter from another person in the city who had asked me to bring this here. I'm sorry I didn't bring a copy for everyone. You'll have to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. So next up is Amber Smokowski.
Hi guys, I'm terrified. So
take a deep breath. Start with just your name and address.
I'm Amber Smokowski and I live at 1422 Willowbrook Drive.
Amber, just talk to me. Don't talk to him.
As you can tell, I'm super passionate about Boulder Valley Women's Health and Teen Clinic. Oh, and I'm sorry, I get very emotional around this subject, especially when I hear that funding is potentially going to be cut because teens like me who work part-time jobs, thank you, we can't afford services for sexual health, and so Teen Clinic provides a safe place for us. It provides services that we can't afford. And so I had this whole thing written out, but I can't even look at it right now, but I think that Longmont is very fortunate to have Teen Clinic. And while some people may think that Teen Clinic promotes youth sex, I think that Longmont Teen Clinic provides services and education for people who might not be able to get these services in other places. So I hope that you would consider continuing to fund Teen Clinic. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Pauline, no clapping. Pauline Christensen.
I'm appearing as a citizen. My name is Pauline Christensen. I live at 410 Judson. I would request the council to reconsider the synergy agreement that we voted on with only one vote, not two. We didn't hear it twice. We had only one vote. We were asked to vote on a resolution that had no secondary hearing, and we had not enough information. We received initially just the resolution and the legal document, the legal agreement, but we did not have any maps. We didn't have any other stuff. Some of that we got just as we sat down to make this agreement. We couldn't possibly read it before we voted on it. We were given, we were not given the information about the two access roads until 1 week after the one and only vote was taken. The city is now in a 20-year legal agreement that can only be broken if we prove malfeasance. This agreement, according to its terms, can be transferred to anyone Synergy chooses at any time. The parties we are in this agreement with have shown hostility to the city. Lifebridge Corporation, 4C Corporation, Union North LLC, which owns the surface rights and the mineral rights, who will profit, well, that's their business. But anyway, they had their land annexed into Firestone. Firestone, whose mayor has said in the paper, frack Longmont, frack Union Reservoir. The oil and gas industry, who are currently suing us. Who in this room would sign a personal legal document, an agreement like this for 20 years?
Lisa Moffett.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Moffett. I live at 2268 Spinnaker Circle in Longmont. I'm here as a Longmont citizen. I'm here as a member of the Board of Directors for Boulder Valley Women's Health Center, and I'm here as a parent of 2 young girls in St. Vrain Valley School District. I'm very concerned about the recommendations of the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory Board not to provide City of Longmont funding for women's health in Longmont. Longmont still has the highest teen birth rate in Boulder County, and although we have seen a significant improvement in that statistic since we've been located in Longmont, I would like to see those statistics continue to decrease and feel that women's health has a critical role in making that happen. I'm very knowledgeable of the many child advocates and helping professionals within the schools in St. Vrain who refer adolescents to women's health and the teen clinic on a daily basis. I want this important service to continue so that our Longmont youth can access affordable, accurate, confidential, and comprehensive gynecological and reproductive health care. Thank you.
Helen Everett.
I'm Helen Everett. I live at 1905 Spruce Avenue, and I was born in Longmont. So here I am to speak up for our organization. I am the Longmont Teen Clinic Coordinator, and I've been with them since the start. And I believe that if you could reverse the decision of funding us, that would be wonderful for teens such as Amber and undocumented women and women that are underinsured. Thank you.
Greg Harms.
Greg Harms. I live at 924 Eldorado Lane in Louisville. Good evening, Council. I'm here as the Executive Director of the Boulder Shelter for the Homeless. I'm here tonight to request that the Council modify the funding recommendations you'll consider later in the meeting and reinstate the shelter's funding to last year's levels. For more than 15 years, the Boulder Shelter has partnered with the City of Longmont and other Longmont social service agencies to provide life-sustaining services to the homeless of Longmont. And to support these efforts, the City of Longmont has provided funding to the shelter. With the Human Service Advisory Board's 2014 recommendations to cut the shelter's funds by 80%, $50,000 to $10,000. I'm afraid these services provided by the shelter are in jeopardy. While the shelter acknowledges it cannot provide all services to the adult homeless population that Longmont would desire, it does provide over 2,700 bed nights, that's one person in a bed for a night, of emergency shelter and case management services to between 100 and 150 Longmont clients each year. At the city's request, the shelter regularly compares its client database with the Our Center database to ensure the clients reported are truly Longmont folks. Also, in 2008, the shelter, in partnership with the Housing Authority of the City of Boulder, Boulder Housing Partners, brought Boulder County Housing First program to Longmont. This program, the cornerstone of the 10-year plan to end homelessness, has taken 18 chronically homeless people off the streets of Longmont and placed them in permanent housing with corresponding case management support. These services represent approximately $110,000 in rent subsidy and case management support brought to Longmont each year by Boulder Housing Partners and the shelter. Frankly, we don't understand the drastic cut in funding, given the city's Tier 1 priority around basic needs programs and the documented services the shelter has provided this community for years. If Longmont has decided to deliver services to its adult homeless population through other means, We would like to know that so that we can focus our scarce resources elsewhere. If Longmont wants to continue to partner with the shelter to provide services to the homeless population in Longmont, the shelter simply cannot carry the funding burden on its own. Again, the shelter requests the council to reinstate the funding at 2013 levels so they can continue to partner with Longmont and other Longmont agencies to provide for those less fortunate in our community. Or at least delay the decision until further discussion can be held to further explore the long-term consequences of this action. Thanks for your consideration.
Dale Lannon.
Dale Lannon, 1018 Ponderosa Circle, and good evening. I'd like to speak in favor of the charging stations. It'll be resolutions 9 and 10 that you'll vote on later on tonight, and also that you consider maybe some plug-ins for bicycles, electric bikes. I rode an electric bike here. It's capable of getting to Boulder and back. I got like 3 or 4 years on the battery. And I'm thinking of getting another battery. That guy is like a lot over $1,000. So, I mean, electric bikes have the equivalence of approximately, if you, per gallon of gasoline, of a mileage. Of course, you're pedaling along too, but approximately 2,000 miles per gallon. And the carbon footprint is hugely reduced. And I also would like to point out that the methane release from the Arctic is accelerating extremely fast, and it's not going to stop from the looks of it, that's for sure. There's a heat stream going up the Atlantic corridor that's getting at methane hydrate in the sea floor, and the salinity and the temperature, particularly in the Arctic winter, causes a release. This is something that threatens the Earth. It's forming a veil at 30 to 47 kilometers altitude that's not being monitored. The technology is not up flying. We've got to act locally and think globally on this, because we have people's citizens' health at stake. We have people who can't and aren't able to hold their own under duress. It's up to each and every one of us to stand up for those in need and to do everything we can to prepare our community to take on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Sherry Biskup. I can't really read. It's B-I-S-K.
So my name is Sherry Biskup,
Okay.
and I live at 2610 Iris Avenue, and I am the Youth Services Director at Boulder Valley Women's Health Center. So I have the privilege in my position in the past 2 years of having worked with hundreds of teens in Longmont. And I just wanted to highlight some of the points that other people have made already, how Longmont has one of the highest teen birth rates in Boulder County. And I wanted to let you all know some of the different ways we work to lower that. Part of that is our teen clinic, which has been mentioned. Additionally, we provide comprehensive sex education in Longmont high schools and middle schools as requested by teachers. So we've educated thousands of teens in Longmont with medically accurate information. Additionally, we have peer educators like Amber, who spoke earlier, who are trained to become medical experts in sexual health education, and then to provide that peer-to-peer contact, which is really, really important, and educate their peers. And finally, we also have a technology initiative, so teens can text in any questions they have about sexual health or email us, and then they get medically accurate answers back in a timely manner, which is really important because for a lot of teens that asking those questions can be really, really scary. And we also know they use social media and often get inaccurate answers. So to us, that is a really great way of reducing barriers and providing teens with medically accurate information. So as many people have said before, I kindly request that you reconsider the advisory board's proposal to not fund women's health and to keep helping us decrease that pregnancy rate in teens and providing medically accurate information. Thank you.
And Hoopers.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. My name is Anna Hopperstead. I'm the Executive Director of the Boulder County AIDS Project. BCAP has served the residents of the city of Longmont for 28 years and maintained an office in the city since 2005. We've served individuals, Longmont residents who are living with HIV each year to access life-saving health care and to provide education services to hundreds to prevent the spread of HIV, life-saving services. We were disappointed to learn that the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory Board did not recommend funding for us and that our funding would be withdrawn in 2014. And we would like to ask you to reconsider the decision of the advisory board. It's important to ensure that all of the citizens of Longmont receive access to health care. We also suggest that increased transparency in the review and granting process and clarity regarding your strategies for funding will improve this process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Eleanor?
My name is Christina Ebner, 500 Kaufman Street. Mayor Coombs and council members, good evening. I ask that you reject the recommendation of the advisory committee or board to defund Boulder County AIDS Project, also known as BCAP, for $22,750. I am a Longmont business owner and also a BCAP board member. I've also been an attorney for 20 years representing people with HIV/AIDS, and I have looked into the eyes of these individuals many times and understand the struggles they have to go through day to day. BCAP helps those who are marginalized because of HIV/AIDS, this HIV diagnosis, and works to prevent new infection through education and testing. BCAP serves all ages, races, sexual orientations, and social classes. Funding is crucial for the education and testing that helps keep new HIV rates low, which benefits the Longmont community both financially and overall health. For 6 years, this council has given BCAP funding. Our mission is committed, our BCAP is committed to and remains the same in their commitment. The problems of HIV/AIDS remains the same. BCAP uses the funding for case management services and classroom presentations to middle and high school students. This is crucial. This is a crucial time to educate young minds because they will carry this knowledge through their life. Now I ask you this, what is more important than to teach young people to be safe, aware of their health, and tolerant of others? HIV does not discriminate who it infects. Because of this education and testing, it is vital to this community. BCAP is vital to this community. Please do not take their funding of $22,750 away. It's a small price when considering the lasting impact on this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Linda Clark, or Clerk?
Like
Yeah, Gleit.
GLERTZ.
TZ, okay.
GLEITZ.
Linda
We have
Glides.
electronic
Yeah.
logging.
And I try to write neatly. Linda Glides, 927 3rd Avenue. I would respectfully like to ask council and the mayor to fund the teen clinic and women's health, as well as BCAP and the homeless. All these issues. With regard to the teen clinic and women's health center, I just wanted to address some of the bias that has been apparently used to make this decision. I have a quote from Robert Priest where he said that this works against human capital development by facilitating youth sex while hiding their activity from parents. And I find it so absurd. First of all, I wonder how you get human capital development. I mean, how does that relate to healthcare? And as far as facilitating youth sex, I really don't understand any direct link between healthcare and facilitating that. I think youth will do what they do, and parents have big influence. Nobody has control. But if you deal with the issues that come out of that and might go into that, especially with education, it can be crucial. So I would just really like to suggest that you fund that one, as well as BCAP and homeless money. And please reconsider Synergy too. Thank you.
Susan Halstead.
Mayor Coombs, City Council members, my name is Susan Halstead. I live at 309 Maggie Street in the Mill Village subdivision. Thank you for your time. I would like to talk to you tonight briefly about my concerns regarding the Copper Mill, the proposed Copper Mill apartment development that is planned for the property near my housing development. I would like you to ask, as the February 11th meeting, which I believe is the final reading, approaches, that you be mindful of a couple of things. First, I would like to ask you to be mindful of the homeowners' letters. Many homeowners have sent letters to the City of Longmont regarding their concerns, many of which are related to traffic, overcrowding, and the fact that our neighborhood, we feel, is being unduly asked to bear the brunt of Longmont's housing crisis. We wonder why we are kind of being held hostage to having so many apartment buildings come up near our property. There's one that's going up right now, Mill Village Apartments, and there's also the sandstone apartment complexes that are, I believe, underway near the Walmart. And so this new development would put us right smack in the middle of three rather large apartment complexes, which of course is going to affect our home values, our way of life, traffic, so many issues. So please be mindful of the letters that we've written regarding our concerns. I would also like to ask you to be mindful of the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. As I've read through the developer's plans, it doesn't seem to me like his plans are consistent with the development plan for Longmont. And so I often wonder, why is there a plan in place if those rules can kind of be tweaked as we go along? There are lots of things about our particular neighborhood, very low access to work. There are not a lot of venues. There's no public transportation. There are lots of reasons for why putting more high density housing in my neighborhood is complicated to my mind. And also, I would like you to be mindful, or ask you respectfully to be mindful of our community needs. I realize that Longmont is in need of apartment housing, but it also is in need of affordable housing for middle-class families. I wonder why this area couldn't be rezoned for low-density housing, why more middle-class housing can't be considered for that area as opposed to high-density apartment buildings. And finally, we wanted to ask as a general group, and perhaps the city clerk can contact me
regarding this is, as the February 11th meeting comes, or when that meeting occurs, if we could all talk or present a group presentation or PowerPoint, and perhaps take up a little bit more time, but have less residents come, I think it might be a little bit more beneficial instead of kind of repeating our points. And so we would like to know if that's possible to do, perhaps take 15 minutes instead of an hour for all of us to present. Okay, thank you.
Jeff Roberg.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Jeff Roberg. I live at 301 Harvest Street. I also live in Mill Village with the previous speaker. And I just want to reiterate that the request that we can have some time designated on the agenda to bring a group presentation when the second reading for the copper mill application comes up. And then I just want to make two other main points about the application tonight. And the first is that I just really want to emphasize that this proposed application is just not normal or typical for Longmont. You know, if it's approved, then we would have two large apartment complexes of more than 200 units spaced by about 2 blocks. And I personally am struggling to think of anywhere in the city where we have that. And then on top of that, when you consider that both of the apartment proposed developments were against the comprehensive plan and opposed by the neighborhood, it really is an unprecedented application for Longmont. So the second point that I want to make is, as you all know, we were here 2 years ago for the first application, and we actually had, I guess, 22 people come and speak. So hopefully we can have a group presentation, and I think that would be better for you all, and I think it would be better for the public if you can consider that. But the point I would make is that this, new request, in a lot of ways, it's even worse than the first one. And that's partly because of, some of the details in that request. But it's also partly because, this is a request to put 2 apartment complexes in one neighborhood, which makes it worse, than the first one that came. So if you could respectfully, consider letting us make a more comprehensive presentation when the second reading comes up, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Jen Atkinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Hackinson. I live at 307 Mill Village. And as you could tell from me jumping up earlier, I'm very excited and passionate about this issue. As a resident of Mill Village and as someone with great pride in my neighborhood, I am again coming to Council to ask that this not be a zoning change in our neighborhood. 2 years ago, our neighborhood went through this process concerning another zoning change. And we realized as a group that we had similar passions and similar concerns. We got together many times before planning and zoning, and as well as the city council meeting. There were a lot of people that came up and spoke about our concerns about that development. And this time we are respectfully, and you all sat and quietly and respectively listened to all of our points, as we addressed our worries about parking, traffic, home values, and density. This time we ask that you may allow us to make one presentation representing not our HOA and not every single resident. Individuals might want to come up and still speak, but we realized as a group that we were being very repetitive about our points, and we think that this time, if 15 or 20 residents forego their speaking time, that we'd ask for 10 to 20 minutes to do one presentation instead of the hour
that it would take us to all come up and say how much we love our neighborhood, how concerned we are about traffic, how we're concerned about children, dogs, la, 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 la. Anyway, please consider our request for a concise, direct presentation for your next meeting on the second reading of this issue. Thank you very much.
Bree Irvin?
Good evening. My name is Bree Irvin. I live at 1907 24th Avenue here in Longmont. And I am here to address the recommendation to discontinue funding women's health at Longmont. As you've already heard from a few other speakers, the final advisory process was deeply flawed and biased. As a citizen here in Longmont who attended a number of the preliminary meetings to determine the funding priorities for Longmont, the themes that I kept hearing repeated were reducing poverty and homelessness, increasing access to health care, and giving our youth a strong foundation on which to build future success. Women's health meets all of those goals across the board. Their low-cost to zero-cost health care, reproductive health services, help reduce rates of poverty. They assist people who are temporarily or living in long-term homelessness. They don't discriminate against who comes through their door and who they serve. As well as that, they provide scientific and medically accurate information to teens and adults, and they offer all of their services free to teens. With Longmont having the highest teen pregnancy rate in Boulder County, it's really vital that the teens who are facing that have somewhere safe to go to get scientific and medically accurate services, care, and information. If we want our youth to have a strong foundation, I think that reducing the rates of teen pregnancy is a really good place to start. Thank you.
Edwina Salazar.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the City Council. I'm Edwina Salazar, and I work at 303 Atwood, but I also live at 348 Collier. I am here this evening to address the concerns of the R Center's neighbors about disorder in our area, and in particular behaviors of persons with addictions. And to reassure the council and the city that the R Center initiated an outreach to neighbors 2 weeks ago to join them to do whatever we can to help make the neighborhood safer. We too are concerned about the dangerous behaviors of the people with addictions in that neighborhood. The particular concern is about the R Center's Hospitality Center. Hospitality can be defined as the quality or disposition of receiving and treating guests and strangers in a warm, friendly, and generous way. Although the R Center is not affiliated with any religious group or organization, the R Center was founded 27 years ago by the faith community on Judeo-Christian values. To this day, the R Center operates with these principles, and one in particular is that if someone is hungry, give them something to eat. Along with that, our self-sufficiency programs also teach people to fish, and so they aren't reliant on our services forever. However, there are many people in our community who are not able to reach a certain level of self-sufficiency, and the R Center founders anticipated that and decided that anyone is worthy to be fed and to be free from hunger. It is true that there are those who come to eat a meal who struggle with alcohol and drug addiction, but that is a small subset of the large numbers of people that the R Center serves. Most people that come to the R Center are families with children. Others are elderly, which is a growing segment of our population that we serve. Others are those who cannot work because of physical and mental disabilities. We really are concerned that the neighbors have experienced such a risk to their lives and to the comfort of their lives. We actually deal with that too in our operations. However, the Art Center enforces strict policies for those who eat with us, but who struggle with addiction, and we work closely with the police department to ensure that all those in and around its facilities are not in danger because of anyone who's served there. If there are problems happening at night, there's not anything that we can do about that. I brought our center code of conduct, which our clients in that operation are able to see and I'd like for you to see it. We strive to be good neighbors, and we are participating in a facilitated process to assure that the neighborhood is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwina. Angelica Marquez.
Hi, my name is Angelica Marquez, and my address is 852 Missouri Avenue. I'm here to hope that you guys reconsider the funding decision for Teen Clinic in Longmont. Most of the points were already discussed with all the other people who came up. I just did want to say a few things really quick. Being a recent graduate from Niwot High School, I do know that there's a really big lack of sexual health education in Longmont. This is mainly because I saw a lot of my peers either becoming young adult parents or even especially women dropping out of high school because they were trying to take care of their almost newborn kids. I know that if they had more education on sexual health, which Women's Health really provides, and if they had access to contraception, I know that this could have been a prevention to young adult teen pregnancies. I really hope that this option is reconsidered and that Teen Clinic continues for Boulder Valley Women's Health. Thank you.
Eve Canfield.
You turned it off.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eve Canfield. I live at 852 Tenacity Drive here in Longmont. The city's Housing and Human Services Department asked the community to identify the basic needs of residents in Longmont. One of the critical needs is affordable health care for uninsured and underinsured residents of our community. That was identified as a Tier 1 priority. The relationship between teen pregnancy, poverty, and all of the continuing and related disadvantages that young mothers and their children experience on a continuing basis, making them reliant upon continuing services from the city, are being made invisible by the defunding of the Women's Health Center. The Boulder Valley Women's Health Center, their request is to provide for family planning, gynecological care for uninsured people. And for the second year, they have been zero funded. I believe this is a personal agenda. I acknowledge and recognize the passion behind it, but it is not the agenda of the residents of Longmont, the residents that need these services. I ask that the City Council acknowledge the need for the services provided by the Women's Health Center, listen to all of our community, and reject the advisory board's recommendation to zero fund these critical, direct services provided by the health clinic here in Longmont and to Longmont residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that ends first call public invited to be heard. Come down, say your name and address. Excuse me. You're right. Alan Croissant. Go ahead. I missed one.
I'm Alan Croissant at 116 12th Avenue here in Longmont, Colorado. I just have two comments to make, and the first one is on our bike paths. I think Longmont had the best bike paths and walking paths in the whole wide world. You know, and just to watch the floodwaters take some of it out just brought tears to my eyes. And the other comment is I hear so much negative stuff about fracking. I hear a lot of it, and for my own opinion, I think fracking is totally fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think the studies have been made that there's nothing wrong. And just for an example, if on fracking, if I go to my street, the gutter, and I pick out a glass of water and drink it, it's probably not going to be good. But if I take that same glass of water and take it and treat it, I can drink it. So I think that's what fracking does. Whatever they put in the ground, it's better when it comes out of the ground. So I have.
Thank you. So did I miss somebody on there?
We're not going to open this up.
No, well, if you're not on the list, you'll have to wait till second call public invited to be heard. So I don't think I missed you.
I wasn't able to get here in time.
Oh, sorry. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Hey, Gabe, is that the one that's the spring is broken?
Mayor Coombs, are you ready for the consent agenda?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First of all, there were no second reading or public hearing scheduled, so this is the
Yeah. Can everybody please take their seats, please, so we can start the meeting again?
Okay. Consent agenda, first item 9A is two ordinances regarding the Copper Mill Apartments Land Use Amendment and Rezoning. Ordinance 2014-04, bill for an ordinance approving the land use amendment to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan for the Copper Mill Apartments, generally located southeast of Ken Pratt Boulevard, south of Great Western Drive, and west of Mill Village. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for February 11th. And then ordinance 2014-05, which is the bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Copper Mill Apartments rezoning from general industrial to high-density residential, generally located southwest of Ken Pratt and south of Great Western Drive and west of Mill Village. Also, the public hearing is scheduled for February 11th, 2014. Item 9B is Resolution 2014-08, supporting the application for a local flood recovery initiative grant from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund. Item 9C is electric vehicle and electric vehicle supply equipment grant acceptance for an Efficac USA Inc. Level 3 station gift. The first is the resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Regional Air Quality Council for grant funding for the electrical vehicles charging stations. And the second is the resolution 2014-10 approving the equipment donation agreement between the city and Efficac USA for an electric vehicle charging station. Item 9D is resolution 2014-11 approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the United States Department of Homeland Security for use of the federal E-Verify program. Item 9D is resolutions 2000. First one is resolution 2014-12, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the city and Mountain View Fire Protection District for hazardous substance incidents. And item 9E2 is resolution 2014-13, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the city and Mountain View Fire Protection District for technical rescue incidents. And item 9F is resolution 2014-14, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the state of Colorado Department of Local Affairs for an emergency management performance grant. Staff does not need to pull any of the items on consent.
Councilmember Levison.
I'd like to pull off 9A, please.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to move the consent agenda minus 9A.
Okay, consent agenda minus 9A. It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, item 9A are the two two ordinances regarding Copper Mill Apartments, and Aaron Fosdick, our senior planner, is here to address any questions.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I have a question for City Attorney May first. I just wanted to know why, if the Chairman Dunn of the Commission, as it notes in the minutes, recused himself, why did he sit for part of the hearing when it involved the public testimony and the presentation by staff, and then following that did his recusal? Because if he was going to recuse himself, wouldn't he recuse himself from all of the testimony?
Mayor and Council, I wasn't at the P&Z hearing, so I'm not sure exactly the sequence of events. I can certainly look into that for you, but I'd be speculating as to how he handled that.
Because in general, if someone is going to recuse themselves, don't you in general say, don't sit to preside over hearing the testimony and part of it?
Well, the purpose of recusal is to prevent any undue influence based on a conflict.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure what procedure he used and how that will satisfy those requirements.
Well, and the notes weren't specific, so that's why I was asking. And then, let's see, I guess that's all the question I had at the present time. And I just hope that when we hear this on second reading, that we will be able to, I'm not going to, the other reason I pulled it off is I'm not voting in favor of the first reading of this, because I also find conflicts with the approval based on some flawed reasoning by staff. However, it may pass anyway on first reading. I just wanted to pull it off and note a couple of things.
Councilmember Levison, I'll follow it up with Assistant City Attorney Dan Kramer, who was at the PZ hearing, to answer your question.
Councilmember Moore.
Okay, I do have some questions about this. One of the things that I have concern about is they were setting their target levels for rents at 60% AMI, where Longmont's largest needs are at the 50% AMI. Are there any plans for a distribution of rents at different income levels, or are they going to rent all this out at basically market rate?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Moore, that's not one of our evaluation criteria, so I don't have the answer to that, but the applicant, Keith James with the Inland Group, is here, so I could ask him to come down and speak to that if you'd like.
Thank you.
Mind coming down, Keith?
Good evening, Council. Keith James, 2304 South Meadowview in Green Acres, Washington. To answer your question, the financing structure would be structured such that all the units would be affordable at or below 60% of area median income. We would expect our rents to be at or below the 50% level, but we could accommodate the population earning up to 60% of Boulder County AMI.
So what would you expect the rents to be at the 50% level?
I'll look those up briefly from memory. I believe it's roughly 870, 970, 1,070, roughly, ones, twos, and threes.
Yeah. Are you including utilities in those numbers, or
that is all utilities minus electric.
Okay. The financing arrangements that you're looking at are basically federally sourced through the state. Is that correct?
Sort of. It's essentially tax-exempt bond financing. So the bond issuer would either be the city, the county, or the state, CHAFA, Colorado Housing Finance Agency. And then CHAFA also issues the tax credits, the 4% tax credits. It's not considered federally subsidized housing. It's not public housing like a Section 8 housing is, or HUD housing, but it is a federal tax credit program.
So this property will be paying property taxes for city services like fire and police and such?
That's an excellent question. In Colorado, there's a statute that allows housing authorities to be exempt from property tax. So when they own and develop a property, they can be exempt. We explored that option here, and I'll be frank, in Colorado Springs, we needed that to make a deal work. And the housing authority there was used to that structure. They had done it several times with developers. Here, it was a much different situation. Mr. Reese at the housing authority had great concern about pulling a property off the tax rolls, and thankfully our structure and our numbers work without needing a property tax exemption. So it's a long answer, but the answer is no, we will not seek a property tax exemption.
So right now you're planning 252 units. The potential is for 531 units. I've seen this happen in Longmont myself, that in one particular development they started out at 14 units per acre, and right now it's at 24. So I have a concern over the plan changing as we go down the road.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Moore, I'll jump in and speak to that. And if you want Keith to come back up, we can do that. So in the materials that we provided, the applicant is requesting a rezoning and land use amendment for high-density residential that has a density range both in the comp plan and as a zoning district, which would allow that range of densities up to that 500 and some odd units. Along with the rezoning is a concept plan, which does show the 252 units that the applicant's proposing. So if they were to come back and change that concept plan, and you have a copy of that in your packet, it's rather detailed with the buildings and the units. If they were to come back and change that concept plan, that would be a concept plan amendment and would have to come back through the process. So while the density, if approved, is there, it wouldn't be, something that could be done administratively because it wouldn't comply with the concept plan that would be adopted as part of the rezoning if this application were approved.
Thank you. So I do want to thank, is it Keith? That you're looking at Longmont for affordable housing. We need it. There's no doubt. That's not a point I would want to argue, but my biggest concern is the impact on the neighborhoods. And based on that, I feel better about it overall, but based on the neighborhood feedback, I would have a hard time supporting this. So, thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I remember hearing at Planning and Zoning that you would accept Section 8 housing vouchers. Do you have a limit as to the percentage of those vouchers that you would accept?
We don't have a strict limit. There's really Section 8, there's two types of Section 8 housing. One is project-based Section 8. So we would propose a 50-unit project and have all 50 units project-based vouchers. So only residents that qualify at very low incomes, 30% typically, would be qualified to live in that housing. Or there are housing choice vouchers. Those are the vouchers that we and most other landlords accept. I think in our 4,000 unit portfolio, probably our lowest percentage is less than 10%. Our highest percentage is right around 30%. I think it averages in the low 20s on folks that have a housing choice voucher.
So you would have 50 units that would be Section 8?
I don't mean to confuse you. Potentially 20%, roughly, based on averages, 20% of the 250 units.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess my question is, just in general, my thought is that as you build middle income, high density residential housing, that frees up the lower tier and allows everybody to kind of move up. That's one. Where is Mill Village on this map? Right, I mean, right there, and then where are the Mill Village apartments going? Up to the north, right? Yeah. Okay, all right. So my question is, when we did that, it was going, we changed the zoning, and that went to just one tier of higher density, correct?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, the Mill Village amendment was different than this application. Mill Village was zoned planned unit, mixed use planned unit development. It was part of an overall planned unit development. And so the land use designation was the same, industrial economic development, but that portion of those two parcels or so that are now having the apartments constructed were part of that original development plan. So they had a much more restricted list of uses. So they did not have to get a rezoning. They just did the land use amendment.
Okay, I knew it was, and so I knew it was something like that. So my question here is, if I understood you correctly, if we approve the rezoning, they could have up to 500 units, but they're only planning on 252. Did I hear that right?
So the current zoning is general industrial. If approved, it would be high density residential. That's what the applicant is proposing. And that density range is 12 to 30 units per acre. So if you just do the math, that's the density range that a parcel of 17 point blah blah acres could have. They are not requesting that, and that's not what's shown in the concept plan. But theoretically, a parcel that's zoned high-density residential in the city can have that density range.
All right, so then my next question is, if I were a resident and I'm looking through, doing my due diligence before I buy a home there, I could understand if I'm a resident how we get Mill Village. But my question is, like it or not, I could see how Mill Village, you could say, no, it fits. My question here is, would this fit? Would they have been on notice that something like this could go in there?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, currently the land use is industrial economic development and the zoning is general industrial. So if a property owner was to do their due diligence, they would find a description of what industrial economic development is, which does not include, except for limited ancillary residential uses. And then if they looked at the zoning, you'll see in the Planning and Zoning Commission packet uses that are currently permitted in general industrial, except for limited cases of, urban dwelling units, which we don't really see. It's more general industrial is our heaviest industrial category. So you would see, there's a sampling in the packet, but animal care facilities, car washes, funeral homes, hardware building materials, motor vehicle sales, repair and maintenance, business service establishments, adult uses, live entertainment, commercial storage, self-storage, breweries, distilleries, light and medium industrial uses. Those are the kind of uses that you would expect that are permitted. There's additional uses that could be conditionally approved by the Planning Commission, but if you were doing your due diligence as a prospective home buyer or renter, those are the uses that you would expect on this property.
You anticipated my questions. So basically, if we change it, they can build high-density residential units, apartments. But if we don't, it's currently zoned heavy industrial, and if we don't ever change it and someone builds there, they'll have car washes, hardware stores, what did you say, adult services? Okay, so I'm willing to go forward and vote for this, keeping in mind that we'll probably thoroughly examine this on the second reading. I guess my next question is, it was proposed proposed by some of the citizens who live down there to have a presentation by the group. I am not advocating for or against. It's just I like the idea of, let's say they get 20 times 3, that's an hour, versus maybe 2 or 3 that just present. I wouldn't have a problem with suspending the rules of procedure in that instance. Any thoughts?
Well, we did exactly that for the last one in terms of efficiency. So we've already set that precedence once. So I would prefer to do that too, make it one 15-minute presentation versus, 23-minute presentations.
Mike.
Yeah. Oh, Polly, can you?
Oh, all right.
He wants to come back in.
I want to come back in and play, Polly.
What? Turn your mic.
No, okay, cool.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess the only thing that, and we really couldn't stop it, but technically it is public invited to be heard, and we can't limit them. So we would do it, but we'd also, if somebody really wants to talk, we can't tell them to shut up. So I would move that we give, how much do we give the Sundance people?
A little bit, and can we get through the rest of this and talk about this at the end? There's other people that are waiting to talk.
Okay, sure.
Councilmember Christensen.
Okay, I'm just wondering naively, since we have a comprehensive plan, why do people buy something that's zoned for light industrial and then ask for an exception to be made so it can be rezoned? Why not just search for something that is already zoned for high-density housing?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Christensen, the applicant was asked about this at the Planning Commission hearing, and again, we don't really examine kind of the reasoning for someone purchasing a property or not. But when we did do a land supply analysis, there are not a lot of high density parcels within our planning area that are currently vacant and that have access to utilities. There is a piece of property that the applicant did discuss at the Planning Commission meeting that's on the other side of County Line Road. That is currently the subject of another land use amendment application that some of the neighbors referenced here tonight. But because of the financing that they're pursuing, and Keith could go into more detail if you'd like, but it didn't work in Weld County where it worked in Boulder County. So, the Inland Group, which Keith represents, is not currently the property owner. They are the applicant. So, if you want to ask him more questions about that, thank you. He may be able to elaborate on that.
Councilmember Levison.
I also find it strange that we are repurposing general industrial land that now we're in this zoning division, the east side neighborhood zoning area, that we are diminishing the amount of usable by a certain percentage point of general industrial, and we haven't heard from Longmont Area Economic Council. In general, I sometimes see the conversion of general industrial as continuing to narrow the ability of businesses to come in and have an opportunity for raw land acquisition to build a business. And eventually, if we decide we need so many high-density apartments that we're going to continue, we're going to have a different kind of conflict where there'll be very few spaces that do not meet business requirements, and we're going to shoehorn the last little available pieces of raw land into a box. And there's not going to be enough distribution around town. Last time, I think we've had some land use amendments from general industrial to other uses, and the Economic Council's come in and said, well, yeah, we still think we have enough. But eventually, how much is enough is my question. The other question I have is, I want to know, since we've had the Mill Village proposal, and we're having this one that add almost more than 450 units, at what point does it not meet the traffic capacity? How many? There's going to be eventually a point where Great Western Drive and 3rd Avenue no longer, and you're going to have to say no when the next person who says, oh, we want high density because this is now a trend that has started in the neighborhood. And so the ability for any of these neighbors to fight the trend, just like in any other neighborhood, you can create very easily a tipping point now with a slide from one high density. Now it becomes a trend. The other thing I find is that consistently we've established the fact that there is really no public transportation, multimodal options that are viable for this area. And to continue to make an argument that, gee, we built a lot of these shopping centers like Harvest Junction and others where, we haven't had great transportation option, but that's okay because we've done it in the past, we can continue to do it in the future, is not really a viable argument. And especially when we're targeting people of 60% AMI, not all of those people have multiple vehicles in a family that they can have an income that supports that. So not having any transportation option and having that, stated that, oh, well, use call and ride service is not viable for that number of people with need. Unless we're going to organize a call and ride where, 6 people that always order call and ride about the same hour are going to continue to carpool via call and ride. So I don't see for some of I just don't see how this works. And I'm not going to be voting in favor of it.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, I heard a couple questions. I don't know if you want me to address those or, we did look at land supply as part of this application, and we do keep we do keep a relatively current tally of land supply within the planning area, both annexed and not annexed land in the planning area. And about 16.5% of land in the Longmont planning area is IED, Industrial Economic Development, and about 46% is vacant. There's a much smaller percentage in the east side neighborhood, but what we found in conversations is that actually a much higher percentage of the industrial economic development land in the east side neighborhood is vacant. I think it's close to 90%. So we did meet with the Longmont Area Economic Council early on with this application, and we met with the previous president of LAEC, and they did not have comments on this application. In their mind, this wasn't super desirable site from an industrial economic development perspective, and so they didn't offer comment either way. We did send them a development referral, as is typical with anything converting industrial economic development land or industrially zoned land, and we did not receive comment from them. In terms of traffic, I will have the engineer, our traffic engineer here at public hearing, and he can speak more specifically to the traffic study that was submitted as part of this application. The applicant is required to do a traffic study and did provide the traffic study, including, average counts as well as peak AM and PM counts. Basically, our traffic engineer concurred with the traffic study that the resulting traffic from the rezoning would actually be slightly less, although maybe a little bit more peak morning and afternoon with commute trips, as you can imagine. In terms of the public transportation, you are correct that this is a difficult question, and that this and the Mill Village, and frankly the larger Mill Village development before this, the residential development that exists out there now, is not really within the locational criteria for several of the items that are in the comp plan. It does have call and ride service, but as you mentioned, there's some limitations to that. One thing we've struggled with is there's a number of high-density developments that have been approved in Longmont or exist in Longmont that also don't have existing access to transit, and sometimes it's kind of a chicken or egg thing. You have to have the densities to have the transit service, and so what we found is there's often some high-density developments that just don't have that yet. It may be something that comes in the future, but obviously that's a question more for Phil or probably even RTD versus me. But you are correct in that.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. As I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I did tell the commission that I would be making a motion that we update our comp plan, especially in that area, in the near future, because it's a mess. And we need to relook at the comp plan in that area in order to make a better decision and have a better plan for our city. So at the end of the meeting, I will be making that motion. This is a hard thing, but our housing goal number one is to monitor the housing market and work with private sector to promote the construction of housing types in short supply. And we know that affordable housing is in short supply. So with that in mind, I would move this particular item.
Second.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, hi. Would you read me the criteria for general industrial again, please? What can go in there?
For the zoning category? So there's a number of uses. I've just provided a sample.
That's fine. Just an example.
And these would be permitted or limited, so administrative review.
Yeah, consistent with industrial economic, what's being proposed, what it is now, what is being asked to change to.
So it's currently general industrial. That would permit animal care facilities, car wash, copy shops, and printing services, financial institutions, funeral homes, hardware, building materials, retail, nurseries or garden stores, motor vehicle sales, rental, repair and maintenance, business service establishment, commercial laundries, linen supply, dry cleaning plants, machine shops, tool and
shops. Like heavy metal and machine shops?
I don't have my code here. There's probably a definition. It's lumped with machine shops, tool and die equipment, and engine repair. So
Like I-beams, maybe, potentially?
Potentially.
Well, you know, it's interesting that I'm sure that these residents wouldn't want a welding machine shop 2 blocks from their home. You know, there was a speaker here this evening that was on council a while back who apparently still continues to have an axe to grind that lives close to a machine shop. And now council was trying to get this machine shop closed 4 years. And still continuing to come to council trying to get this machine shop closed. I'm sure that these folks wouldn't want a machine shop potentially 2 blocks from their house. So changing it from general industrial to potentially residential might be a good thing. That's just one observation from just me being on council. The other thing is, I'm glad that we had a referral from the Longmont Area Economic Council. Although they had no comment, you know, again, potentially having some residential, whether it's high density or medium density housing, might be a good thing. As we have seen, there is a apartment shortfall in the city for 10 years. You know, one of the problems is we do need to update the comprehensive plan. It is a plan that can be changed. Some folks don't like it, especially when it's in their neighborhood. Things do change from time to time. If we change this comprehensive plan, some folks are going to like it, and some folks are going to hate it. I do like, Councilmember Bagley, I do like the idea of potentially having longer periods of time for the residents to have a say, but it probably needs to occur in the public hearing portion.
That's right.
So that I would have no problem with. I would definitely encourage the residents to not do it in public invited to be heard, because that will just drag it out longer. But definitely in the public hearing section of the second reading. But you know, I seconded the motion just to move this along. Apparently, some members of council have made up their mind. I have not, but I'd like to get the second reading, and that's why I seconded the motion. There is still more to come, and I say we just get on with it and just get the second reading.
I'm going to weigh in here now. I agree that we should probably get the second reading. I am a little bit, concerned that we may be, if I was a Mill Village resident, that we might be piling on a little bit with potentially three large apartment complexes. But we do need projects like this in our city, and because we do have, we found out during the flood we had no places for people to move to. And this seems like a good project from that point of view. It's just unfortunate that the only really available spot for them to do it is right there in Mill Village right now. So I'm concerned about that. But I still think we should go forward. And I also would like to support, one consolidated presentation at the public hearing item. That doesn't mean that people aren't free to also speak as individuals at public hearing, but hopefully that will limit 60 people down to, 3 or 4, because it does get pretty repetitive when the same people say the same thing over and over and over again. It doesn't add any more value to the presentation. So I think this format would add more value and allow us to make a better decision at that point. So I will, at this point, support this thing going forward to the second reading. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. So I'm just noting some of the uses for the general industrial would also be found right along Main Street. And because we do have car washes on Main Street, and we do have motor vehicle sales, and lots of people live within a couple of blocks of that. And a lot of people understand that commercial activity happens. We also have welding companies, embedded in neighborhoods. We have a McRoberts machine shop right on Martin Street. It's been there for years. has had in the past many government contracts. So to presuppose, the worst case scenario, and with Councilmember Bagley's emphasis on, maybe adult-oriented.
My emphasis?
Yeah, on adult-oriented stores, it gives a whole new meaning to the word strip mall, doesn't it? But in any case, I also, it's not really that funny. I also think that bringing up past concept plans we've seen changed, like the Provenance neighborhood when we heard that appeal. Neighborhoods are now concerned that one concept plan goes forward and it may not, something may happen in the interim and the concept plan changes. So there is really no guarantee once something is out there that it can't change in the future too. So I think people need to be cognizant of saying, representing this concept plan has all these things laid out and this is what's going to happen, but we really see realistically if it doesn't work, there could be a concept plan change in the future. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Councilmember Christensen.
I'd just like to point out that one of the things that the people at Mill Village are annoyed about, understandably, is that they were promised a village, which had things like car washes, dry cleaners, cafes, and the various sorts of things that would be under this thing, at least to near them, so that they could walk to them. That's what they signed up for. The concept plan changed. Now we're talking about them being completely surrounded by high-density housing with no transportation to get to the sources that they never thought they would have to get to. They thought they could walk to them in the first place.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess this is a question for the developer again. What is your time frame before I ask a question? And what I mean is, what do you want? And then also, what would be like what? No way.
Well, the simplest question is we haven't started civil engineering. We haven't started significant design work beyond conceptual design because of the risk of the rezone. And I'll maybe answer a couple of questions at once, if you don't mind. We would much prefer to find properly zoned property. We don't like coming here and doing battle with neighbors. That's crazy. Who would, right? As Aaron mentioned, our first site just was on the wrong side of the county line, and because of the financing structure, it doesn't work. Exact same rents, exact same product, but it doesn't work. From a planning perspective, for an outsider's view and sort of an urban planning mindset, this site is really ideal for multifamily. And I know that that's a hard pill for the neighbors to swallow, would be for me too, but it provides a transition between the residential to a more intense use, a multifamily use, to a commercial or industrial use. Jody, the director of the department, provided great context to the Planning and Zoning Commission relative to this overall area. It was all zoned industrial economic development. And 16, 17 years ago, the Mill Village PUD came in and staff said, absolutely not. There's no residential in the neighborhood. It doesn't fit. Planning Commission agreed. Council disagreed. Council created an island 16, 17 years ago, whatever the timing was. Wendell Pickett and his group modified the PUD to do multifamily residential instead of 50-50 commercial and residential. From our perspective, it's certainly not attempting to pile on, but it's really trying to adapt and create a nice transition with lower traffic impacts from what could be. So sorry for the rambling. I was just trying to get a couple of points. To answer your question, our timing at best, if a decision is made on 211, we jump into civil engineering immediately. We start work on a site development plan that probably gets submitted 60 days later, gets approved 60 days later. Maybe we take risk on building permit drawings at some point during that 120 days. But that takes another 60 days. We're at 180, and then an approval period from the city is another, say, 90. So we're out basically till fall, about the worst time to start construction. But I would hope that it would come together in fall, call it September at the earliest.
What would you do if it's denied?
If it's denied by council, I think I shouldn't say this because I think we'd pack our bags. I mean, move on to the next opportunity. And be frustrated, but also understand planning and zoning. Councilmember Finley can attest. They really struggled with the decision, and I think even the votes in favor were not easily given. They were not just outright. The neighborhood concern was heard loud and clear, and it's hard for you all to trust me, an out-of-towner or an out-of-stater, but we developed.
You're from Washington.
Yes, I know.
Bad week.
It's a great state.
It's a
Go Seahawks.
Great state.
You just, I'm sorry, we're going to have to deny your application.
It has been rough the last 2 days in Bronco country for me, I will admit. We consider ourselves a neighborhood member, not a neighbor, not an out-of-state developer or owner. We integrate, we participate, we're long-term owners. To date, we've not sold any asset that we developed for our own account, that we built for our own account. When we build for third-party owners, that's separate. We're just a contractor in those instances. But my promise is only as good as our track record, and our track record has been great in communities where we've developed.
Well, here's the reason why I asked about your time frame, because as weird as it may sound, is I'm agreeing with everyone in their comments, and meaning that we need affordable housing, we need more high density residential apartments. There's nothing wrong with car washes and hardware stores, and it's all about location and cohesion within the community. And my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Finley, plans on making a motion towards apparently the end of the meeting to relook at the comprehensive plan in that area. And so I'm pro developer. I'm also pro neighborhood, and so my concern is that. Well, I guess my concern is that we'd be acting one way or another, yes or no, without knowing exactly what should go in there. Even your words are a testament to 16 years ago the council created an island. Now what's going to happen? And I noticed that there's the river there, and we're dealing with the river corridor. And so my question is it premature? Not necessarily saying no, go away. I'm just wondering, is there a way to take a look at it, have staff look at what needs to happen in the overall area, address Councilmember Finley's concern about not having the comprehensive plan nailed down, and really make it a win-win for the river corridor, for you guys, Mill Village, rather than approving it or disapproving it. I don't know how it's going to go. It sounds like it's toss-up right now. But how long would that take? Is that something that would be necessary? Is it a good idea, a bad idea? As a developer, you're like, oh, no, I do not want to get bogged down for 3 or 4 months as city staff does this.
Well, I'll let Aaron jump in as well, but I believe comp plan amendments are typically a once a year process for a major comp plan amendment.
Yeah, they're long term.
Is that?
I just would hate. I would just hate to have this win or lose based on 4 votes when we could have a 7-0 vote and everybody wins. So.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, I know Councilmember Finley said she was going to bring this up at the end of the meeting. We've had discussions, obviously, with Planning Commission and as staff that, this is really the second of 3 applications in this area that you'll be seeing. We have a third one across county line, residential land use amendment. We've had Mill Village 2 years ago. So we do recognize that there's a need to take a look at the land uses in this area. There's been a lot of changes. There's been transitions. There's been a lot of things going on with the river. Portions of this area are adjacent to, and frankly, part of the Southeast Urban Renewal area is right here. We've had Parks Master Planning effort. There's been a lot of things that have happened that have kind of forced us to say, it's probably time for a larger comp plan update, and I know that's something that the council's talking about, but probably in the near term, we need to look at this area as a sub-area. Similar to what we did, I don't think any of you were on council at the time, but we did something similar for the West St. Vrain neighborhood. We did a small sub-area update to the comp plan, to really engage the neighbors. And as you can tell, there's a pretty active, engaged group of neighbors. To engage property owners, to really do it right. We would need several months probably to do a sub-area comp plan amendment when you talk about getting to Planning Commission and then coming back to council for a couple readings.
I guess this is my last question. I'll hit my mic. So my question is to the developer. Thank you for considering Longmont and moving in. And so my question is, would you rather? I'm going to vote for the second reading. I mean, I want to hear all the data, the facts, etc. But would you rather wait, or would you rather and have that comprehensive plan take into account? I guess what I'm asking is it worth waiting for, or would you rather push forward and roll the dice?
Yeah, I'm not a gambler by nature, and I don't make this decision lightly, but our current site control contemplates a rezone process only, not a larger comp plan amendment. Now, that doesn't mean we couldn't work with the seller and renegotiate and change that site control. But given that we're 2 weeks from a decision, the other thing that weighs heavily in my mind is my daily check of the 10-year Treasury rate, and if we delay financing and the economics of the deal work today. If we're 3 or 4 months in a planning process and then we start, if we could start, that's the other risk, is that we could get a no in 4 months instead of a no in 2 weeks. Perhaps the world is a different place in that many months, and we wouldn't have a viable deal. If I may just offer one other item, I don't know if this helps or not, but relative to density, I understand what's being said there in terms of the maximum density allowable with the proposed zoning. If a concomitant agreement or basically a condition of zoning to limit the density to our proposed 252 units is proposed, we would be more than willing to accept that, so that there is no risk that if we go away, somebody comes and modifies that modifies our concept plan to do more units.
Thank you. Yeah, let's vote. Okay, it passes 5-2 with Councilmember Levison and Councilmember Christensen dissenting. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Santos. I also move that we'd set aside time at the public hearing for the HOA assigned representatives to present a concise, compact Sundance-esque presentation for, what was it, 15 minutes?
That's 15 minutes.
15? We'll do 15, modifiable to 10 at their discretion. If they want to go shorter, they can.
Mayor and Council, just a couple words. Eugene May, City Attorney. So I was looking up the Providence. We did allot equal time to the appellant and the applicant. Also, hearing what's going on tonight, want to remind Council that we're treating this matter as a quasi-judicial proceeding and would strongly encourage Council to avoid ex parte contact between now and February 11th. It sounds like people would be trying to contact you, and in order to maintain fairness to all and comply with due process concerns, need you to make decision on this matter for evidence presented only at the hearing and not outside the hearing.
Councilmember Levison.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear to understand the motion on the group presentation. It would also include just equal time to, I mean, if the developer took 30 minutes, they would have 30 minutes total because, to be fair, they could, to go back and forth for them to, as a group, give up basically a right they could have to respond to the developers or the applicants' information, which they won't know ahead of time either, to be able to do that. Then just want to make sure that it's equal footing, that they don't agree to something where it ends up not being a good deal for them and being more frustrated in a public venue.
So, Councilmember Levison, I think we set aside equal time at the beginning to make the presentation. I think council discussion with either party went on for as long as council wanted. The other thing we did in the Providence appeal was a little bit different there since they had an HOA, which represented a broad constituency. We also allowed a open public hearing portion for individuals to come up and have their 3 minutes. And that seemed to work reasonably well.
Because the other assumption is that, there's only one viewpoint from the HOA, and there may be other additional viewpoints. So that doesn't advocate anybody's other opportunity to come
We're
and
still
speak.
going to allow other people to come in and speak during public hearing items.
Correct.
Hopefully you limit, the 60 people, down to 3 or 4 that, if they feel that they're being represented by the 15-minute presentation, that's the whole point.
I just want to make sure that that everybody had equal time.
Okay. Okay, let's vote.
Council, so the motion was 15 minutes aside?
Motion was 15 minutes for the homeowners to have, for the homeowners to have 15 minutes to present their side of whatever, not taking away any other member of the public's ability to come forward and speak for their 3 minutes. And then I guess what I didn't say, but it sounds like I'd like to amend my motion to say that the developer would also have equal time, not to exceed 15 minutes.
So I haven't talked to staff about what the appropriate time is for the developer or what their presentation looks like. I think for Providence, we looked at what the developer or the applicant would need and then made it equal. Make sure that since it's the applicant's burden to demonstrate compliance with the criteria, sometimes they need more time. So I'm just worried that 15 minutes may be too restrictive. I don't know. I haven't looked at
whatever match, whatever the
right. I think in staff's discretion, we'll talk and see how much time would be appropriate, and then go from there.
Okay, but then we still need to let the Mill Village people know how much time they have.
Right. We'll have suggested procedures in the packet.
Okay.
Like
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it was the residents that suggested 15 minutes, so that's why I think that's where the 15 minutes came from. So that's all. That's my only suggestion. So they came up with the 15 minutes. So
yeah. Let's keep it 15. I mean, there is a public invited to be heard section. We're still going to have people come up.
Right, and Providence was a little different in that the HOA was the appellant, was a party. Yeah.
Public hearing on second reading.
Yeah, this is
correct.
So it's not. Let's stick with the 15.
Okay. All right, let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. Okay.
Okay, Mayor Coombs. Your next item is, just a second, presentation of 2014 Human Service Agency funding recommendations.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carol Salter. I'm the 2014 Chair of the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. And I would like to begin by thanking all those here who provided comments regarding their various organizations. I can certainly appreciate their perspectives. And I would also like to thank all of our board members, those here and those who were not able to attend, for their countless hours of thoughtful review of all the applications that we received. At this time, I'd like to present Karen Rudy, who will present our board's recommendations for funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol, Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is Karen Roney. I'm the Community Services Director and one of several staff liaisons to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. We have included a lot of information in your packet, and what we hope to do right now is to just hit the highlights and then really open it up for any questions that you might have of me, of of Carol as our chair, and we will be glad to answer those questions. So as you may recall, staff was before the council on a couple different occasions in 2013 to report on the changes that we were making in the funding approach to the 2014 Human Service Agency funding process. And this was in direct response to a council request to the advisory board and to staff to do a couple of things as we moved forward with the funding for human service agencies. One, you asked us to really do a more thorough assessment of what the critical needs are in Longmont, and to do our best to try to link up the funding that we have available with those critical needs. And so we kind of called it as it's time to go maybe more focused and more deep with the funding, rather than continuing to be very broad and narrow with the funding. And so that is really what we did in approaching this process for the 2014 funding. And then you also asked us to begin to do more deliberative work around those key issues and trends, and really start to do a better job of measuring impact, so that we could come back to you and report with more certainty, and I think with a little more detail about the outcomes. So what kind of outcomes have the agencies been able to accomplish with the funding that they get from the city of Longmont? And then the third thing that we did is that in 2014 we looked at a prioritization of target areas based on the needs assessment that we completed in 2013. We did include another copy of the needs assessment in your packet, and for council members Moore and Christensen, being new on the council, hope you got to read all that. So, but that really details what we went through in about a 6-month process in terms of interviews with agency directors and community conversations, and we had a lot of community inputs that led us to basically 4 impact areas that we focused on in 2014. So we had two high priority areas, and those areas were preparing children and youth for success and meeting the basic needs of residents. And if you might recall, one of the things that we wanted to try to do on the advisory board is start to move toward more primary prevention, so that we, and by focusing on children and youth and helping them start school ready to learn, have a healthy start in life, and be successful throughout their childhood and adolescence, then it, in theory, really saves us in the long term for really preventing some of the negative outcomes that we are dealing with today. So it was the 2 high priorities were investing more in early intervention and prevention, and at the same time making sure that we are still meeting the basic needs of our most vulnerable residents. So you can see here the service priorities for children and youth for success had to do with early education and quality child care, addressing at-risk behaviors. Those were our 2 highest service priorities. And then we also, the next 3 had to do with parent education involvement, children and youth development, and addressing childhood poverty. The second number 1 area was meeting the basic needs of residents, as I just mentioned. And you can see there is that the things that came out in the needs assessment had to do with continuing to make sure there's safe and affordable housing, affordable health care, job education and training, so that young people could be successful, as well as people who are, needing to have stable employment to be able to meet their basic needs. We should be focusing on that, addressing homelessness, and continuing with food access and transportation. Then we had what we called the medium priority, or the tier 2 priority area, and that was increasing self-reliance for adults. You can see there what those priorities are. And again, what we did is we rated those higher to lower based on the data that we collected in the needs assessment. And then our lowest priority, and again, we're not trying to say that these things aren't important to address, but you asked us to prioritize, and so that's what we did our best to do. So the third area was building a safer community, and you can see that that really had to do with making sure that neighborhoods are safe and connected. People are connected with one another, addressing interpersonal violence, and also looking at re-entry into the community of at-risk populations. So for the 2014 funding process, we had a little over $1 million to distribute, and two things came off the top right off the bat, and that was continuing to fund. It would be year 4 of the city's pilot poverty reduction initiative. That was $190,000. And then also we did another year of the child care gap funding, $150,000. I think initially we were hoping that we would weave in that child care funding into the overall pot, but what we discovered was that with the certificate funding, and again, for our new council members, this is really to bridge the gap between what low-income families receive from the Department of Human Services for child care, and what the gap is for between that and the market rate for the child care providers. So what it does allow is that the child care providers can serve a broader number of kids from low-income families, because they don't have to fill that they don't have to absorb the gap between what they get reimbursed from the state through the county and what it costs for them to provide the child care. So because what we just determined is that was going to have probably a negative impact on their 18 different providers that receive funding through the certificate program, that and that some of those might not be eligible or might not be able to get any funding if we weave that into the competitive grant process. We decided to have the set aside once again in 2014, and we are now working with Boulder Children's Services to start having conversations with those providers and to look at how we want to approach their support in 2015. So we needed more time to do some planning. So those two amounts came off the top. And then what we did is that we allocated 80% of the remaining funds to the 2 high priority areas that I talked about earlier. And that was roughly $500,000 and some $1,000, and then we had 20% of the remaining funds that we allocated to the Tier 2 impact areas, which was the self-reliance for adults, and then the remainder, which we said was the increment between what was available in 2013 and what was now available in 2014, which is roughly around $25,000, that would be available to fund those Tier 3 areas. So what was the challenge certainly this year is that we actually had many more applications, many more agencies that applied than we had in the past. So we had roughly, I got ahead of myself, we had roughly 52 agencies that applied for 63 programs. And so what the advisory board had the challenge of doing is looking through all those applications and really doing their best to make some judgments about which of those agencies met the highest need criteria. Also looking at some other kinds of things as it relates to their history of operations and ability to serve the community. So anyhow, we eliminated a few of those agencies because they did not meet the basic criteria of funding in terms of any of those impact areas. I think there may be 5 or 6 agencies that we screened out. And for the remaining agencies, we had teams of our advisory board that did a thorough review of those applications. We held agency hearings with all of the remaining applicants. All of the advisory board members did rank and did an average rating for all of the agency applications. We deliberated and we allocated and are recommending funding for 28 agencies and 31 programs. How that comes out is we hit basically our targets. So in the majority of the funding, 52% of what we had to allocate competitively went to basic needs, and 26% went to children and youth for success, and those were our two high priorities. And then you can see around 20% was for self-reliance and about 2% of the funding was for safer communities. So we did end up increasing a little bit additional funding for children and youth for success, one of our high priority areas, as well as self-reliance. And we reduced the amount of money that we allocated for those proposals for safer community in order to try to balance the needs. So it came close, but this is kind of a art as well as a science, and so that's when we looked at all of the applications. That's what we came up with. So the you can see here, it's also in your packet, that these were the areas, these were the agency recommendations that we are making before you tonight. What you will see is that probably in the area of preparing children and youth for success, these agencies were some of the ones that received increases. What I think we wanted to try to do is to bolster our support for those primary prevention programs and services. And so as you see that, and compare it to what some of these agencies received in 2013, these agencies received some of the more significant increases for 2014. And then here is a summary of our other priority area, which is meeting the basic needs. And then this is our funding recommendation for the self-reliance for adults, and then finally for building a safer community. So all of this information is in your packet, and I know you have some questions for us. I think a couple of comments, and then I'll open up to questions, and we certainly will be glad to do our best to answer those, is that you know, we all recognize, and I think we talked about that with City Council in 2013, the challenges of really introducing a new funding approach to the way we have been funding for the last 20 years. I think what we try to say, and we try to be transparent with the agencies through this process, is that as we are looking at priorities, that does mean that we are focusing. We're trying to focus the funding based on what council asked us to do. And so realistically, that means that not every service, not every program, and not every agency is going to receive either the level of funding that they received in the past, or they might not receive any funding. And so we try to discuss that. We know that's a hard pill to swallow, but we believe that that's what you asked us to do. We also realized that the challenge was that we rolled out a new online grants management system this year, and so I think that system worked well. I think it was easier than the system that we used before in conjunction with United Way. But because we also were doing that, our process for funding happened much later in the year. Usually you hear from us in September and October. So we know that created an additional challenge for the agencies, particularly those that have to approve a budget. And so right now in 2014, they're hearing what they received, and some of them didn't receive what they hoped they would have received. So we understand that that's a hardship and a challenge for them. We do believe that the approach that we used and the framework that we developed is a good framework. I think it did really create, I think, some good discussions. We were more thoughtful in reviewing our applications. We The advisory board had a meeting in January, our January meeting, and they went right to work in terms of looking at what really worked well about that process and what is it that we are starting to look at to do differently and to refine that, primarily internally with our review, as well as having more time to collaborate with our other county government funders, Boulder County, City of Boulder, around the indicators and the common outcomes that we are wanting to refine and to be able to track collectively throughout Boulder County. We just did not have an adequate amount of time to really do the kind of work on the indicators that we want to, and we anticipate to involve the agencies in that indicator work. Carol gave appreciation to the advisory board. They worked really hard, and I think the other comment is that we did put together an approach. It's the most systematic approach that we have ever used in our funding process. And the other thing is that as council, you appoint advisory board members to also bring their perspective and to also bring their community input. So we really tried to balance the science, the approach with the perspectives that each individual advisory board member brought to the table, and we did our best to put forward the recommendations, and we would open it up for questions that you might have of Carol. Yeah, Carol. Or me, we would be glad to try to answer those.
Who's going to go first? Councilmember Moore.
So one of the things we heard about tonight a lot was the Boulder Valley Women's Health Center not being funded. Is there any particular reason that didn't occur?
So I will start, and Carol, if you want to add to that. So I would say, and this is what I told Susan Levy when she asked me. So a couple things. One is that the subcommittee also, they scored each of the applications in each of the areas. Boulder Women's Health got a lower score, but when we also looked at the other rankings that it received from the other community members or on our advisory board, they had a pretty lively discussion on whether or not to fund women's health. I think the second thing is that in the discussion, there was, since we had not funded women's health for the past 2 years, and so given that we had, we looked at other providers that are in the community, and again, I think as Susan will say, these other providers don't necessarily have the federal money to slide down to zero for our lowest income clients. But the conversation among the community about the advisory board members was that Salud Clinic also provides these same services to low income residents, as well as Planned Parenthood provides services, and Planned Parenthood does not come to the city for funding. So I think what the advisory board in their final deliberations, and they had a lot of discussion about this, believe that while women's health has additional federal funding that allows them to slide down to zero for services for our lowest income residents, that there also was the Planned Parenthood and Salud Clinic that also serve lower income clients. Anything you would add to that? Here, you can talk.
Thank you, Karen. When I went back and looked at the scores, first of all, let me say that when we reviewed these applications, it was before deliberation, so every member of our advisory board did this on their own and very thoughtfully, and we have a great group of folks who reviewed these applications. Some reviewed every single application very thoroughly, and some maybe not as thoroughly, but we looked at every application, read every application, and scored every application. And when I looked at the scores, I understand that there's some concerns about bias, and even if we had done a mean average instead of an average of the scores, their score was an average score. And so then I threw out the top 2 highest scores and the top 2 lowest scores, and their score was an average score, and it did not make the cut. So it was that was the reason why they didn't receive funding. It was thoughtful, and we followed our process.
But they are the only ones that will provide $0 health care for these women. Is that correct?
Right. It's my understanding because the Title 10, because the title, the federal funding that they do receive, it gives them the opportunity to slide down to as low as 0, and so that certainly is a unique, component, and I'm sure there's other unique components of their service, but that is that, and we had a discussion about that.
So there is an unmet need. Is that correct? I mean, there are people that cannot afford anything to pay for this service, and so that's an unmet need in the community.
Right. I mean, I would say that certainly there are women that need to have the no cost service. Correct.
Well, as I see it, this service would be, even preventing one pregnancy, would probably pay for a lifetime of public handouts, I guess you'd say, or receiving public assistance. Even if we stopped one teen pregnancy. So therefore, I just see it as a higher priority for the city to make sure that we have that available to reduce, what's the goal of eliminating young women getting pregnant before they're able to support themselves in the real world. So with that said, I'm going to move that we take the money from the Tier 3 programs, $14,000, and fund the Boulder Valley Women's Health Clinic with that.
I'll second that motion.
So that we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. I do agree with some of the comments that Jeff just made, that in terms of best bang for your buck long-term for society, that teenage pregnancy is a very costly, long-term, expensive, and if we can do some things to help that problem, it's a good cost-effective way to spend taxpayers' dollars. Councilmember Levison.
I guess I need a little bit more information also. It almost seems that if an agency, for one reason or another, fails to submit an application 2 years running, there might actually be some less knowledge because of turnover on the Housing and Human Service Board as well. So that they won't know agencies, for example, if they don't submit a funding request for one reason or another. So I don't know whether or not if you, they may have been one of the only ones to, I guess there are a couple of others that might not have received funding, but they had continually submitted requests. So my thinking is that maybe there were people on the commission that didn't know what the past track record of the organization perhaps was, because they had not been familiar or had reviewed any of their prior applications. And then the other thing I'd like to, as far as some discussion point, is I just wanted to bring up something that I noticed from the assessment report which is on page 256 of our packet, that if you add up the percentage of the highest 2 categories of poverty in Longmont are those 2 between the ages of 18 and 34, which are, prime graduating from high school, getting started in the job market, and prime childbearing years. And in fact, a little bit more than 50% of people in poverty demographically fall into that, which when you're starting out in a job, maybe a starter job, you may not have health care. And again, this prevention piece, when you're looking at just the age demographic, it really makes sense that we fund an organization that will allow people to, plan the children and choose not to have children if they don't want to with the planning. And again, that would have an effect on what we have for assistance with preschool readiness and childcare. And I'll bring it up again. Great book by the Brookings Institute called Creating an Opportunity Society. And 3 tenets. 75% of the time, if you do this, you will never be poor. In fact, you'll be lower middle class in your entire life. Graduate from high school and get a GED. Delay childbirth until marriage. And have a full-time job with benefits. Those 3 things alone. And I think that when we're looking at Tier 1 and Tier 2, those are the high points that we're hitting. And those 3 factors alone will, 75% of the time, you will be at least middle class if you follow those 3 tenets. And that's why I supported Councilmember Moore's motion.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Don't boo me quite yet. Here's why I would oppose that motion. Okay. I'm for funding, just not funding that way. And here's why. My only complaint as I was sitting here, in addition to possibly funding some of the services that we haven't funded, was I thought, well, Tier 3 to me, what we've got listed in Tier 3, I would argue was actually a Tier 1. I deal with these as an attorney, family law attorney. We deal with the St. Vrain Family Center all the time. And that is a facility where you've got a parent who is unsafe for the children. Judges order those kids to have parenting time with their parent. And I'm a big advocate of making sure that moms and dads, even bad ones, stay involved in children's lives. So I'd argue that the St. Vrain Family Center is actually not a Tier 3, it's a Tier 1, because if you don't have a dad or you don't have a mom, it doesn't fall into the tier of safer community. It actually falls under the at-risk children and youth services. Same thing for the Blue Sky Bridge. They don't like me very much out there because I'm oftentimes defending the bad guy. But the reality is they do good things. They work with kids trying to figure out if they're acting out sexually, where did it come from? Were they abused? Where do these deviant behaviors originate so they can go after the real bad guys, the adults that actually have screwed these kids up, and then provide supportive, helpful counseling services so that they don't wind up in tomorrow's serial killers. And so, so that I guess I would request that we vote down the motion and talk about maybe pulling the funds from either our contingency fund or scraping it off Tier 2 or maybe other Tier 1s that aren't as much as Tier 1s. And I guess the elephant in the room, as you talk to people, this has been an issue. The women's clinic, it's been a political train coming towards council for 2 years. The first thing I heard about when I was elected council was fracking. And then day 2 was, would you please, not fund the women's clinic? Or would you please come out and get a look at the women's clinic? So I went out, I met with Ms. Levy and had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions. And let's just get it on the table. The reason why I think that this is such a hot button issue is because they're associated with Boulder Valley's Women Clinic, the Boulder unit. There's allegations that the Longmont branch does abortions. My understanding is they do not. They do family planning. Oftentimes involves birth control, which brings along all types of theological and religious discussions. And much like politics, people get very passionate about those things. But my personal view is that I don't think this is about abortion. I don't think this is about birth control. I think it's about 70% of Boulder County's teenage pregnancies come from Longmont. And Leona Stacker, I believe, was the mayor who actually started looking into that problem, and she was the first one. Hardcore, compassionate conservative, or whatever that phrase is. But I respect her a great deal, and I think that they do great work. I went out there personally, as well as I think most of us did, to tour the facility. I don't look at this as sexual deviancy. I just look at it as, not everybody's fortunate enough to have my parents, who are wonderful. I had a question about sex, they were there. But heaven forbid if my little girl lost her mother, because I wouldn't have a clue as to how to start answering her questions. And if she needed to go talk to a female figure, I'm glad they're there. I'm not ditching my parental responsibilities. I'm just saying that all the concerns about, for example, as I've talked for 2 years with people back and forth on the issue, I've talked to 3 of the best OBGYNs in town about their thoughts. And the reality is, the things you get at the clinic, if you have a problem with the services they provide, you should also chastise the Salud Clinic. You should chastise your OBGYN. You should chastise all kinds of organizations. And I believe that the Women's Clinic is a lightning rod for politics. And putting that all aside, regardless of one's religious or political views, they do good work. And it's a service that we need. And the other problem is I'd actually advocate funding them the full 15. And Tier 3 only has 14. So that's why I'm going to be voting against the motion, so we can talk about how else to fund it.
Could you do a friendly amendment to the motion, or should we just vote it down and do a new amendment?
Can the rest of us chime in before we do it?
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you very much. Before we get crazy and start doing other stuff, I won't be voting for this for a reason. And it's not because of political or anything else. We have a process. The process worked. Whether I agree or disagree, the process worked. If we're gonna open up the process, then send it back down to the board. Let them hash it out again and bring it back. Why are we going to do what they did and try to, okay, we're going to move 10,000 from, let's see here, we're going to move 10,000 from Colorado Legal Services. Let's take another 4,000 from El Comité. See, this is where we're going to go. This is exactly what we're going to do. Let's take, no, you're there. Alternatives for Youth. There's 15,000. I was looking for you, Deb. Let's just, 1,000 here, 5,000 here. Tiny Tim, TLC, just changed their name. Let's take money from there. We're going to do this right now. No, there was a process. I know Via's already upset with us. I heard from a constituent, which I think, again, and I know some of these not-for-profits were very upset with me because I said very early on last year, we can't be everything to everyone. And I'm sorry. Budgets are tight. Edwina, should we just cut some of your money too? Hope, you out there? I guess we should just take money from everybody. You guys did a fantastic job. I know apparently there one person, and I heard today that everyone got to check. Everyone went through it, waited it out. One person does not make the entire decision. This is a 9-member board. I don't see how one member of a board, there's 7 of us up here. I can't say, you're going to vote this way, you're going to vote this way, you're going to vote this way, you're going to vote this way. As much as I would like to be able to tell these guys what to do on certain topics, I know there's many members, former members of council, who would like to be able to say this is how it's going to be, and that doesn't always work. You know, we've heard from many people come up here tonight and say, please fund us, please fund us. We're talking $77,000 if we were to institute every single one of these requests. $77,500 actually. Where? Tell me where. I wish we could have it. And that's just from the people coming up and asking us. That doesn't include everyone that didn't get anything. You know, I'm sure VIA would like to have the additional 5 for the 30. They requested 45. They received 30 last year. They're getting 25 this year. I don't have it. And we're going to potentially raise the contingency fund. We have $35,000 in contingency fund. Contingency fund are for emergencies. We are in January of this year. We have $150 million worth of flood damage. The process worked. They have other funding mechanisms that will help them through it. Let those other funding mechanisms work. That was close. I have Scott. That was funding mechanism. Dry mouth. Let the other funding mechanisms work. Whether I agree with it or disagree with it. We had a process.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I also want to thank the committee. I think you guys had a horrible task. I would hate to have to decide who gets that money and who doesn't, because all of them deserve it. And we have so many needs here in Longmont. But you had a process, and you diligently went through the process, and this is how it came out. You know, I think what we should do is accept your recommendations, and then if we want to, on top of that, find money somewhere for the women's clinic, that would be fine. But I think we should accept the recommendations that you've made and done through our process, and then go on from there. I don't think we should take money away from programs that they have deemed worthy, because that's the process that we've set up. So I'll be voting against the motion, but I would not be opposed to finding that money somewhere else.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I respect my colleagues, Councilmember Levison and Councilmember Santos, a great deal. Again, I don't find myself disagreeing. I guess I would like to offer a friendly amendment, and that would be to I move that we amend the motion to basically accept the 2014 Human Services or Human Agency funding recommendations as is, and then provide $15,000 to the women's clinic out of our contingency funds. That would kill two birds with one stone. And as far as the Boulder shelter for the homeless, I realized they came forward and wanted to know why we had not been funding them $30,000 like last year. A few things, and I wanted to know that too. And I had the opportunity to talk to some staff and members of the advisory board, who, by the way, that was, no offense to the museum board or the library board, that was by far the funnest committee for me. I love those guys. You guys do great work. A lot of faith in you guys. So my comments tonight are in no way to be derogatory or demean you guys at all. Hats off. Thank you. Miss you guys a lot. So that would be my amendment. But as far as the Boulder County homeless shelter goes, we gave them $30,000 last year for the homeless. This year, we also gave $30,000 to the homeless, $10,000 to the Boulder homeless shelter, and then $20,000 to Agape here locally, who have the warming shelter, etc. My understanding is that the city has requested that we have transportation from Longmont to the Boulder homeless shelter. That's not been forthcoming. We need to take care of our Longmont homeless, so keep the money here. And I was a little distressed. I was in a bad mood as we started council, and I took great issue with the comment by the gentleman who spoke, who said, point out where you're giving it. You know, where if you're still giving money to the homeless, tell me where you're giving it. So I'm telling you, agape. And then you said, so we can go ahead and refocus our scarce resources elsewhere. The one thing that people need to understand, whether it's fracking or homeless or whatever, I personally don't respond well to coercion. And so I'm not going to be voting to change that because our money stays here. So, but anyway, that was my amendment. So I would move that.
Yeah, so it's got to be okayed first by Jeff.
Nope. You vote on the vote. It needs a second, and we vote on the amendment.
Okay.
Unless they agree to change it, in which case we don't need to do that.
It's not a friendly amendment?
Yeah, if it's a friendly, yes, if it's a friendly amendment, you will allow.
Okay. Councilmember Christensen.
Okay, so this is the board that I do participate in, and I want to thank them again. They struggled for many, many, many months and many, many hours, excuse me, running through all these. And it was a very, very painful process because they had about half the money to give out that was asked for. So no one got full funding, I don't believe. Everyone got some portion of what they wanted. I mean, not everybody got full portion, but the people who did get funded only got a portion of what they asked for. And so this is very difficult. I really do feel that we should find a way to get some money to the St. Vrain Women's Clinic because I do think they perform a service that isn't duplicated. And but I also don't think we can just take away all the Tier 3 funding and give it to them. It has to be fair. Like their process was to, okay, take 1,000 here, take 1,000 here, take 2,000 here, because they wanted to be fair. And if we're going to find some funding, I think we should do it. We don't need to fund them fully, but I really do think we should find a way to fund some of that.
Mayor, if
sure,
could I just offer something up?
Right.
So I think what it certainly whatever direction council gives us in terms of, since the women's health discussion is on the table, if you want to end up wanting to support that, you can certainly give us more money. That's fine. I think the other thing that we can do is within that whole Tier 1 area. So I think for Councilmember Christensen, there were a few agencies that we did fund more. We did fund their full request, particularly in the Children and Youth for Success. So, I don't know whether we would be in a position to find 15,000, but if there was some funding, we probably could reduce some funding for some of those agencies that did get a pretty significant increase, and it's all still within that Tier 1 area, and could fund women's health if that is the direction. We could find some money within that tier, maybe not the $15,000 level. So I just wanted to throw that out as an option for you all to know that's out there.
Well, along that same thought, let's say you could find 10,000 that way, but not 15,000. Then we could still decide to do 5,000 from council contingency fund if we wanted to do that too, right?
Just wanted to offer that comment.
Councilmember Moore.
Well, being that I seriously believe that this Boulder Valley Women's Health Clinic is an investment, I think Councilmember Bagley's friendly amendment is acceptable to me. So,
Councilmember Levison.
My stipulation would be that we add that if we're going to take money from the contingency fund, that we would add it to the amount and then have the chart redone to reflect that they asked for this and received that, and then we can just make a little star that said additional funding of XYZ $15,000, if that's the motion, is coming from council contingency funds, just to make sure that the record reflects that there was an extra $15,000 added, and then the reflection that there was the funding for Boulder Valley Women's Health Clinic. Can that be accomplished in one fell swoop, and we can be done with this matter tonight? Excuse me? Fine, fine. Yeah. Okay, so that would take care of it altogether. So the amendment to the motion would be, again?
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. It would be a friendly amendment that simply just says that you take away the tier 3 acts on that funding, and then just contribute, award, et cetera, the $15,000 to the women's clinic out of the council contingency budget, with an asterisk to be noted that it came out of the council contingency budget.
Okay, so we've got a new friendly amendment that's been seconded, so let's vote. Yeah, not yet. Okay. Okay, that passes 6-1 with Council Members Santos dissenting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I did have one quick question. I'm not going to change anything, but just curious why BCAP didn't get any funding in this process. I mean, just quick highlight.
So Mayor and City Council, so two things primarily. I think when we looked at the definition of basic need and health care, we were looking at a direct health care service, and I think as Anna Hopper said, indicated, is that really that's a case management service, and so because it wasn't a direct health service, it did not get ranked high. So I think one of the things that we're going to be doing is refining our definition. So I think, as Councilmember Bagley said, I wouldn't rate, I think, what St. Vrain, Family Center does is a basic need. So we're going to be working on our definitions to clean those up. But that was the reason. And I think the second conversation that happened not only with Boulder County AIDS Project, but also with Women's Health, is about that whole, that school education function. And the advisory board said, should the school district be funding more of the services that they are inviting agencies to come in and provide in the schools. And so that was two reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, and the school district does need to step up and start funding some of these as well. But also, I would caution the board not to start changing your definitions to make it palatable and make it easier for agencies to get funded. Just because people want to swing, boards want to swing one way or another, so people get funding, shouldn't be right either.
Right.
We should stick to definitions to be fair. Just because one council may vote for one thing or another, the definitions should be fair. And the reason I voted no wasn't because that I don't agree with what Boulder County, what the clinic does or does not do. We have a process. We have a contingency fund of X amount of dollars. This is January, folks. We have our council contingency fund for emergencies.
And I appreciate those comments, and I think the debate about does this really meet that definition or not really happened within the advisory board. So they had their own discussion, and it really wasn't, as you cautioned us, which I think is a good caution. But we decided that we needed to just be a little stronger in that area, so we wouldn't have that discussion among ourselves.
Councilmember Moore.
So thank you both for your service in getting this done. As a longtime provider of processes, I'd like to point out that there's always opportunities for improvement, and a continuous improvement process will only make this process even better. And since this is year one, I think it's appropriate to go back and revisit your process and, make the changes you need to make.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
The next item is multi-parts. It's the Twin Peaks Mall redevelopment issues. I'll read the first ordinance because that is something you have to act on as City Council. And then when you convene as Laura, I will read the others. So first one is ordinance 2014-06, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2014. And there is a public hearing and second reading scheduled for February 11th. And Eugene is going to start this presentation off.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I'm pleased to present tonight for City Council and Longmont Urban Renewal Authority Board of Commissioner consideration a significant milestone in the redevelopment of the Twin Peaks Mall, namely an agreement by Dillard's, Newmark Merrill, and Lura, which fully resolves the eminent domain litigation, paves the way for judicial transfer of title to Lura of the Dillard's property, and gives the green light for the redevelopment project to proceed. The communication and resolution for the settlement agreement were provided to Lura last week, knowing that it would take the lawyers some additional time to finalize the terms of the settlement. It took the attorneys representing Lura, Dillard's, and Newmark Merrill until late this afternoon to come to agreement. And through this process, I learned that the only thing harder than herding cats is getting 3 sets of lawyers to agree on settlement language. But we got it done. Before I walk through the 4 items on the agenda, let me give you the short version of how we got here. This chapter began in May 2013 when Laura filed a petition in eminent domain seeking to condemn Dillard's property of the Twin Peaks Mall. As you know, Dillard's is not only a property owner at the mall, but also has the ability to veto any redevelopment of the site. The eminent domain lawsuit was necessary because Dillard's and Newmark Merrill, the mall owner, were unable to come to terms on Newmark's acquisition of the Dillard's property. Given the tight project timelines, Laura filed a motion for vesting of title prior to final jury determination of just compensation. A hearing on the motion for vesting was held in July 2013, and the court entered an order in Laura's favor, finding that the litigation could proceed to the next phase, where the commission would determine the preliminary valuation of Dillard's property. Dillard's appealed the vesting order to the Court of Appeals, and that appeal is still pending. The 3-day commission hearing was held in December, and the commissioners found a preliminary value of Dillard's property to be $6.3 million. A jury trial is scheduled for April 2014 for a final determination of just compensation. With this value in hand, the parties asked the court for an extension of the funding deadline until January 10th and began negotiations in an effort to settle all disputed matters between them. The parties were able to reach an agreement in principle as of that date, and as part of that agreement, and subject to the City Council and Laura approval, which we're seeking tonight, Laura would contribute $500,000 to cover a portion of the transaction costs, which include legal expenses and costs associated with expert testimony, witnesses, and other litigation fees. With respect to Laura's contribution, the rationale was there was a couple factors that supported that staff recommendation. Mayor Pro Tem Bagley summed it up when he said Laura, as a condemning authority, was already on the hook for Dillard's legal costs. That is a requirement by statute. Furthermore, had Laura and Dillard's continued to the April jury trial, the redevelopment of the Twin Peaks Mall would have been delayed several months, and Laura would have had to incur significantly more legal fees and other related transaction costs, including litigation of the appeal, conducting the jury trial in April, and potentially all of Dillard's legal fees if the jury came back with a final just compensation value greater than $4.7 million. And again, that is a statutory requirement. Therefore, the settlement agreement was agreed to in part by Laura to manage its risk to further financial exposure. So that's the background to the actions staff is requesting tonight. There are 4 agenda items, 1 for City Council consideration, and then 3 for LURA. The first 2 LURA items were originally on the December 17th agenda and set the stage for the remaining items. LURA Resolution 2014-01 authorizes accepting of Newmark Merrill's proposal to acquire the Dillard's property from LURA. In the Urban Renewal Statute, there is a requirement for LURA to solicit redevelopment proposals from legally and financially qualified entities. Back in November, LURA did just that, and only Newmark Merrill responded. This resolution completes the statutory procedure. The next resolution, 2014-02, authorizes transfer of title from LURA to Newmark Merrill via bargain and sale deed. The final 2 items relate to the settlement agreement. Ordinance 2014-06 is the first reading of an additional appropriations ordinance, which includes other additional appropriations other than the LURA item under consideration tonight, but I'll focus on LURA. And it would appropriate funds for LURA's $500,000 contribution as previously discussed. Finally, LURA Resolution 2014-03 approves the settlement agreement for the Dillard's eminent domain litigation. This is a complex 3-party agreement, but LURA's piece is relatively minor. $500,000 contribution to transaction costs and judicial transfer of title. The remaining provisions relate primarily to business terms between Dillard's and Newmark Merrill, over which LURA has no direct interest. Let me highlight the sequence of events from LURA's perspective, which are summarized in Exhibit 2 of the settlement agreement. Should the settlement agreement be approved, Newmark Merrill is to place $5 million in escrow before February 10th. This date is important because City Council's second reading of the additional appropriations ordinance is February 11th, and we wanted to confirm that Newmark Merrill had its money in place before second reading. If the additional appropriation ordinance is approved by Council on February 11th, then LURA will place its $500,000 in escrow on February 12th. Valentine's Day is the big day. Escrow breaks, and the escrow agent deposits $5.5 million into the court registry. The court issues the order transferring title from Dillard's to LURA and authorizes disbursement of funds to Dillard's. Dillard's also delivers possession of the property on February 14th, and title transfers from LURA to Newmark Merrill on February 14th. To wrap this matter up, on February 18th, assuming everything has been accomplished, Dillard's will file a notice of dismissal of its appeal of the vesting order. The final term I'd like to highlight is a provision that requires the parties to use best efforts to refrain from disparaging comments to the media during the implementation of the settlement agreement. Tensions are still high, and we should do everything possible not to add fuel to the fire. While I have the opportunity to make this presentation to Council, the settlement agreement represents the culmination of many hours of hard work by a number of staff that I'd like to recognize, including Brad Power, David Starnes, and I know Harold Dominguez would agree with me that we both lost some hair over this project. That's all I have for now. I'd be happy to answer questions, and I know Alan Ginsborg is here if you have questions for him.
That was obviously a pretty good summary. I'm seeing any questions. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. So Eugene, so we just need to approve this first ordinance?
Mayor and Council, yes. The first ordinance is an action of City Council. In the order of things, we thought it'd be make better sequence if Council acted, then convened as LURA and take action on the other items.
Just making sure. Mayor, I move ordinance 2014-06.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Come on, Paul. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Mayor Coons.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we recess as the Longmont City Council and convene as the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority.
All right, that's been moved to second. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. Councilmember Bagley?
Before you make motions, may I read these items?
Sure, you bet.
Sure.
First one is Resolution LURA 2014-01, Resolution of the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority authorizing acceptance of NMMS Twin Peaks LLC proposal for acquisition of real property at the Twin Peaks Mall.
Okay. Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move that we adopt and pass Resolution LURA 2014-01.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0. Would you like to read the next?
Your next item is Resolution LURA 2014-02, Resolution of the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority authorizing transfer to NMMS Twin Peaks LLC of the title to real property at the Twin Peaks Mall.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move RLURA 2014-02.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move that we adjourn as the Longmont Urban Renewal.
You have one more that's not on, we just added it this
Oh,
evening.
yeah.
Which is
Fine.
Resolution RLURA 2014-03, Resolution of Longmont Urban Renewal Authority approving the settlement agreement for the Dillard's eminent domain litigation regarding property at the Twin Peaks Mall.
My apologies. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move that we adopt Resolution LURA 2014-03.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adjourn as the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority and reconvene as the Longmont City Council.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
And your next item is your board and commission appointments.
Night retreat? It's okay.
I'm sorry, it's council retreat.
What did we skip over?
She doesn't like Sandy.
I'll be here all night, folks. It's all right. Mayor Coombs, members of City Council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here to talk about your retreat. When we started looking at some of our calendar dates, we kind of tossed in the idea of when would you like to have your retreat, and y'all said sometime in March seemed good, and picked the dates of March 21st and 22nd. Since that time, we started talking a little bit about what does the budget prioritization process look like and how does that fit into things, and it became really clear that we're going to have a whole lot of information and tools and things for you to look at in June. So we have a couple options. We can either continue the retreat in March, Friday, Saturday. We could split up the retreat. We could do both days in June. We could do Fridays instead of Saturdays. There's all sorts of different options that we can move forward with respect to your retreat. And it really does depend on what you'd like to focus on. We will need a full day in June. And so whatever that looks like for you all, we are going to need that day to really go through the tools and to be able to answer questions and to look at the priority list that will be finished at that time. We can do it sort of anywhere mid-June to end June. We chose I think the last Friday in June in order to make sure that we weren't in conflict with the CML conference or Father's Day weekend or those kinds of things. So with that being said, that's really what we are talking about tonight, is just trying to get some clarity around what does your retreat look like. And then we can talk a little bit about locations and things like that. Like I said, you could do team building, you could do all sorts of things.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Before we get into our typical discussion on how we're going to do this, arguing over time of year, 1 day, 2 day, morning, afternoon, staff, particularly you, Ms. Cedar, have something in mind meaning that staff usually plans this. They bring the Play-Doh and the candy and all that stuff. Rather than debate what we need and want, I would actually just suggest that maybe you provide us a suggestion on what you'd like to do and how long it would take, and then we don't debate it, we just approve it. I mean, because I don't know what staff wants to do. That's what I think we should do.
The staff recommendation, Mayor Coombs and members of council, is that we have 2 Fridays that we split up the retreat into 2 dates. One in March, that would be a Friday that we focus on team building and communication within the council, and one on June 27th, which is also a Friday, where we would talk about budget prioritization.
That seems great to me. Councilmember Levison.
I'd like to point out, though, that the following Tuesday is our day off of council. And if some of us, like me, were planning a vacation, we'd be leaving on Friday or Saturday the week before to get our full weekend.
Team building, man.
Yeah. Well, no, we're doing team building in March. So I'm in favor, actually, of doing the one day in March, but maybe look at a date in May. I noticed that Memorial Day falls actually early this year, and the last Friday of May is the 30th, and the Saturday is the 31st. That might move the schedule up a little bit, but I also know that having been out of town the week before with CML, people like to see me in June, like my family. So I'd be in favor of maybe rearranging things a little bit, and the other thing is, I'm not real happy that it doesn't seem like we have any choice for what we want to do, what we want to look at, like as far as priorities for council work plan, that sort of thing for the coming year. It just looks like we're going to do budget prioritization and, maybe talk about updating the comp plan. But I'd like to see maybe usually ask us for suggestions of what do we want to talk about? What do we think are the priorities? Or what is the community telling us? So I'd like to still have an opportunity to do that kind of stuff. I mean, we took big topics on, and I think that we still need to maintain some of that as kind of the upper level view of things. So I agree March 21st, but I'm not in favor of those June dates.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, let me explain a couple things about budget prioritization. I should tell you that this is not a weeds kind of conversation. 2 years ago, you embarked on this really talking about the big picture, looking at your own strategy and your vision, which we're still working through, as you probably saw my email from earlier today. This is a continuation of that conversation, and even though we're calling it budget prioritization, what it is you are determining the priorities of the services provided by your government on that day. There's almost no bigger project than that to be looking at this point in time. So rather than adding work plan ideas, this was something that we talked about a couple years ago to try to keep at that strategic level and really take a look at what does it look like overall when you look at all the services provided by city government and really trying to make sure that we can live within our means. What does that look like to you? What are the core services? What are the types of things that you want to make sure are funded based on your priorities, based on your vision? So I don't want to fool you into thinking that budget prioritization is going to be a bunch of number crunching for you. It's not going to be. What that session really is going to be looking at is what does the future of Longmont City government look like? And so at that point, that's not the direction of kind of pulling together big council work plan items. Not that we couldn't go back to that at some point in the future, but really where I think we're hoping that the council will stay is really high level what makes sense for this community philosophically moving forward. And that's what that date's supposed to do. We likely won't have that data ready in May. But we could have it earlier in June if that's something that the council would like to do. We were just trying to avoid the CML conference on both ends of the CML conference and Father's Day. Those were the 2 weekends we were trying to avoid in June. And then 4th of July is, of course, the next weekend. So it's kind of tough scheduling. But I just wanted to be clear around what the budget prioritization process is. It's taking your vision and the attributes that you assigned to it this last week, breaking that down to the 5 desired outcomes of government, and then looking at all the services that the city provides to determine in rank order what makes the most sense for this community to be providing. we're still at a situation where we have at least a $2.5 million budget gap at this point, and it's time for us to address that, and we need your help in doing so. And Jim and Teresa are here in case I'm saying something totally inappropriate.
Councilmember Santos.
Jim, do you need to say something?
Mayor, Kumas, members of council, Jim Golden, Director of Finance, and I guess I do. I think I just have to correct you. Teresa and I think it's a little more weedy than what you described.
Okay.
And if you recall, those of you that were at the council retreat last April, at the end of that retreat, you were, or sometime during that second day, you got to take a look at that resource allocation diagnostic tool. That is what we plan to spend a day with you, showing you programs using that tool to let you get to make some decision making. And I would describe that a little more weedy than what Sandy was talking about. We are not asking you to prioritize everything from top to bottom that day. But we are going to ask you to look at things and give us your thoughts and your impressions on, and maybe some direction on programs as a result of what you see. This is still developing, and so for sure what we're going to bring you that day, we don't know for sure, but what we can tell you is we could push it out farther, but we can't really pull it up much because we will not be ready before the end of June to do this.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Santos.
Sandy, please remind us when CML is again.
I was just looking at that. Mayor Combs and Councilmember Santos. I do believe that it's that. I just went back. Okay. So I thought it was 17th, 18th, 19th of June. And so we wanted to avoid the weekend before and the weekend after.
Right. Well, it might need to be that weekend before. Since that weekend after.
The weekend before CML is also Father's Day weekend.
Oh, yeah, we don't never mind. Well, I mean, if we give up a Friday and Saturday. Actually, if it's going to get weedy. I mean, weedy. I do like the idea of having, you and I talked about the March date, and it was you asked me my opinion, I gave it to you in March. Some sweat equity of council. The times that we get together as 7 members is either executive sessions, this meeting, or conferences or unity and community. I thought maybe if there were some things that we could potentially do at Button Rock, Ralph Price, somewhere that we could maybe do something like that. A project that we could do might be beneficial, that we could get together and they could take us to go do something. It would be nice. Pack a lunch, do whatever. I would be in favor of if it's going to be a full day, potentially, and I know I don't like to spend too much time, but if we need to do a Friday and Saturday for budget and whatever else, I would be okay with the 13th and 14th of June. If Jim and Teresa, if that's potentially okay. I'm looking for I'm throwing out ideas. So if that's doable, then I would be okay with the 13th and 14th of June.
Councilmember Santos, what I'm hearing you say is 13th and 14th of June and nothing in March.
No, do the March date.
Do a March date too.
We do need to spend time outside of this chamber, outside of executive sessions, and to be with each other. I mean, there's not besides going to some meetings together. Jeff and I we went to Dr. Cog in the same vehicle, and some people say, well, that you need to schedule that meeting. No, it takes 3 of us to schedule a meeting and have minutes and all the other stuff. But I mean, there's not a whole lot of time that we actually get together, the 7 of us, to team build, and to team build with the directors and other members of staff. So I'm still throwing out the March date. We do need to do that. So just a thought.
Councilmember Moore.
So what I think I'm hearing is that early doesn't work, but later is okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
So could we potentially look at July 11 and 12 as dates?
Mayor Coombs, members of council, it's certainly not our preference. Our preference is that early. If we had to, we'd probably be try to make it that 13th and 14th that was discussed. It's not going to give us a lot of time to turn around and put a budget together if we don't get any direction from you until what you just suggested, unless we're actually already moving towards doing that before we meet with you. So.
Okay, well, I'm okay with 13, 14, June.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess I want to point out, just going back to June 27th, you know, I kind of look at it as my birthday's the 26th. The 27th is my birthday celebration evening. I'm willing to forego it. I'd rather, every day on the calendar is going to be busy, and we always forego things. I personally think that maybe we shouldn't go to CML if there's work to be done here at home. Just, I guess, I understand that there's commitments. I just look at CML as, it's not benefiting us as a city. You can make the argument, et cetera, but I'm not saying it's junket, that you learn, et cetera. I'm just saying that we can, I don't care when we do it. If the 13th, 14th will work, I say fine. But my point is that I just don't, we always talk about when we're going to do it, and getting 7 people to, I just kind of look at it as, I want the city to set it, and we'll just kind of adjust like we always do. Because we could be here for all night, and I want to vote on boards.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Sandy's original suggestion. Councilmember Levison?
I actually have a really large family commitment the weekend of the 13th and 14th. So I absolutely cannot be at the retreat. It's a very important family obligation. So,
Mayor Coombs and members of council, I just want to point out that any day in the week works for staff. So you could do it on a Monday, you could do it on a whatever works for you. You don't have to. It really is up to you all. Yeah.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would also be in favor of your proposed dates, the one in March and then June 27th. That works best for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're all ever going to agree, and I agree with Bonnie's suggestion that we just stick with that and try to, because otherwise we will be here till next Tuesday figuring out what day works best for everybody. So let's just do that.
Do I need a motion to do that?
So I'll make a motion that we accept Sandy's original suggestion. All right. Let's vote.
1 day or 2 days?
Just one.
So what I heard was 1 day in March, 1 day in June.
Yes.
And would you be comfortable if we just picked a place, or is that how
Yeah. Whatever you want to do is fine. Pick a place.
We'll start to work on it. And we'll also bring back some team building kinds of ideas. We may be talking about comp plan or visioning. We're not totally sure yet, but we'll bring back
And that
some
passed 6-1 with Councilmember Levison dissenting.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, I just want to make sure that Teresa has an opportunity to talk about what budget prioritization really is when it comes to the council. So just 1 quick minute, and she'll be very fast.
Okay. And
I just have a quick question.
Councilmember Levison had a quick question.
Yeah, I have a quick question. There are these online civic engagement tools for budgeting. Could we do one of those exercises instead of reading 200 pages? Could you put together something, or could we? I have contacts from NLC. They might be able to provide that to us, for nothing, to give us an example of how you would go through and make your own. Basically, it's like SimCity, but for budgets. And that might be an interesting exercise for all of us to do independently. And then when we come together, look at, the differences and how things come out. And I think it would give us a lively discussion jumping point.
Coombs, Councilmember Levison, one of the things that we're going to be doing is some online engagement with the public based on the desired outcomes that you're already talking through. So if you would mind sending me that information, we'd be happy to take a look at that.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Everyone's favorite. Mayor, I move that we extend our meeting to finish our agenda.
All right, I'll second that. All in favor? Let's vote.
I did. All right, Bonnie.
Okay, Polly.
Come on, Polly. Where are you going to fall?
All right.
Yes.
It passes 4-3.
Erosion right there.
Councilmember Bagley and Councilmember Christensen and let's see who else voted against that. Finley. Dissenting. Okay.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council, Teresa Malloy, Budget Manager. So I just want to take a real brief minute and kind of walk you through the next steps in the process of our prioritization process. So as you all know, we are in the process right now of identifying our results. Those results will then be taken out to a variety of different community involvement processes to really define what those are, with the intent then that that definition of those results will help city staff evaluate all of our programs against those results in the scoring process. So one of the outcome will be what we call a results map. So it will be one results map for each of the results that you all have identified, that will really define what we mean, what you mean by those results. That will then be taken out to the community to place a relative value on those results. So it will be an exercise very similar to what we did last time, where we will tell the community, if you had $100 to provide services that meet each of these, let's just say 4 or 5 results, how would you spend that money? So what that gives us is basically a value placed on those results. How does the community perceive is the relative value of those results? We will then use that in a scoring process that each one, as I was mentioning, each one of our services that we are now currently in the process of identifying, that each one of our services will then be scored against that, as well as some very basic program attributes. Is it a mandated service? Does it have the ability to generate revenue? A couple other basic program attributes. All of that will then be combined to come out with our overall program score. The prioritization list that we keep referring to really is just a list of the programs and how they scored from highest to lowest. That is the information then that will be populated into that tool that Jim was just talking to you about, that we will then come back to you in June, whatever day that ends up being, to really walk through what that looks like and give you all a feel for how our program scored, and really get a sense from you all what you're thinking in terms of questions that you may want, areas that we may want to dig into further. So that's kind of just basically what our prioritization process is and what information is going to be brought back to you then in June.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can add something, I think a couple of things. Councilmember Levison and I talked about how do we really get access to the broader community in terms of our the strategies that we're using. And as Sandy mentioned, and part of our conversation was really utilizing online components to engage a broader section of the community. And so I wanted to point that out, that we're going to be using that process. The other point is to touch base with on Councilmember Levison's question, and in terms of the council work plan. In a lot of ways, that's going to be embedded in this conversation, because it's really going to take the broad gamut of what we're doing as an organization, and frankly, where we're going to go as an organization in terms of the allocation of dollars and how we focus our resources. And so that is going to be a significant part of that conversation.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we're now ready for the boards and commissions. Except we have to wait for Brian to get back.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, we have several boards that we need you to vote on. The first one is the General Employee Retirement Pension Board. You have one vacancy on that and a number of different applicants. So if you'll vote for one, and we will wait until Councilmember Bagley gets back if we need to.
For general retirement.
General retirement. Let's see my notes. Hold on. Oh, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Moore voted for Gordon Pedro. Councilmember Bagley voted for Betty Williamson. Councilmember Levison voted for Lynn Wegley. Councilmember Coombs voted for Gordon Pedro. Councilmember Santos voted for Ralph Josephson. Councilmember Finley voted for Ralph Josephson. Councilmember Christensen voted for Gordon Pedro. So we did not have anybody that got 4 votes. The 2 top vote getters were Gordon Pedro with 3 and Ralph Josephson with 2. Does council wish just to vote between those 2, or is there some other process?
Yeah.
Okay, vote one more time between Ralph Josephson and Gordon Pedro.
No. I'm still mad at it. Not the last time.
Who are you mad at?
I'm just messing with Sean.
I'm mad at you.
Councilmember Christensen voted for Gordon Pedro. Moore voted for Gordon Pedro. Levison voted for Gordon Pedro. Bagley voted for Gordon Pedro. Coombs voted for Gordon Pedro. Santos voted for Josephson, and Finley voted for Josephson. Gordon Pedro received 5 votes. Okay. The next board is your Golf Course Advisory Board. You have 2 terms, and you have four applicants. You can vote for 2 on this particular ballot.
Okay, he doesn't know what to do.
So I step out and use the restroom for 2 seconds, and all of a sudden you guys go like warp speed and stuff. I'll step out more often.
Okay. Councilmember Santos voted for Carlo Alacqua. Is that how you say that? And Mark Frederick. Councilmember Finley voted for Carlo Alacqua and Mark Frederick. They're sticking together. Christensen voted for Carlo Alacqua and Mark Frederick. Councilmember Moore voted for Carlo Alacqua and Mark Frederick. Councilmember Bagley voted for Carlo and Mark. Councilmember Levison voted for Carlo and Scott Gutierrez. And Councilmember Coombs voted for Carlo and Mark. So it looks like Carlo Alacqua and Mark Frederick will be your 2 golf course advisory board members. Now, historic preservation, we've got like 4 positions. 2 of them are regular members, so I'd suggest that you vote for 2 first, and then you can make a motion on which term they get. 2 regular term members.
Oh. So 2 regular. Yeah, it's 2.
It is your process. We can do it however you wish. First regular term ending 2017. Okay.
Can we do this, can we do it by, never mind. First regular term, 2017?
Yep.
I'll have to take you out to lunch.
The what?
Yeah, Sean.
So 4 times 4 times 4.
Councilmember Moore voted for Tina Taylor. Councilmember Levison voted for Tina Taylor. Councilmember Bagley voted for Tina Taylor. Councilmember Coombs, or Mayor Coombs voted for Tina Taylor. Councilmember Christensen voted for Tina Taylor. Councilmember Finley voted for Tina Taylor. And Santos voted for Tina Taylor. 7-0 Tina Taylor for 2017. So now you have another regular board member whose term ends 2015. Vote for 1 of the remaining.
He's telling you you're a sponsor.
I was implying it. I was only implying it.
Okay, Councilmember Christensen voted for John Dwyer. Finley voted for Glenn Sherwood. Santos voted for John Dwyer. Coombs voted for Glenn Sherwood. Moore voted for Glenn Sherwood. Levison voted for Glenn Sherwood, and Bagley voted for Glenn Sherwood. So Glenn Sherwood will get the next regular term member ending 2015. You now have 2 alternates with different terms. Do you want to do those just the same?
Yeah.
Okay, 2017 alternate.
Thank you. Ms. Cedar? Thank
Just
you
vote
very
for
much.
1 for the
Your
2017
diligence and
alternate.
service to this council and city, unlike the other assistant manager who didn't move quite fast enough.
Assistant City Manager number 2.
Yes.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Wellness program.
I think I might have screwed that. Okay.
Thank you.
You're on
Okay.
Star Trek?
Councilmember Christensen voted for John Dwyer. Councilmember Moore voted for John Dwyer. Councilmember Leverson voted for Matthew Brandt. Councilmember Bagley voted for John Dwyer. Mayor Coombs voted for Matthew Brandt. Councilmember Santos voted for John Dwyer. And Councilmember Finley voted for John Dwyer. So that means John Dwyer is 2017 alternate. And you have 1 more vote between Matthew Brandt and Rita Gee.
I'm just kidding. You can know whatever color shirt you want on Star Trek.
I'll do it.
Pick on Sean, not Tyler. Poor Shawnee, so.
Okay. Councilmember Santos voted for Matthew Brandt. Bagley voted for Matthew Brandt. Moore voted for Matthew Brandt. Levison voted for Rita Gee. Coombs voted for Rita Gee. Finley voted for Matthew Brandt. And Christensen voted for Matthew Brandt. So Matthew Brandt will be the alternate with the 2014 term. Okay. Now we have Library Advisory Board 1 term with 5 applicants. Vote for 1.
Well, just take them both. What other library or is it?
Library.
Here, Brian, just give me yours.
You were there any longer, I was just going to certify.
Okay, Councilmember Moore voted for Catherine Balin. Bagley voted for David Rockwell. Levison voted for David Rockwell. Coombs voted for Catherine Balin. Santos voted for Catherine Balin. Christensen voted for Catherine Balin. And Finley voted for Catherine Balin. So Catherine Balin will be the next library board member. And finally, we have Visit Longmont Board with 2 applicants. Vote for 1. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Coombs voted for Amy Mason. Councilmember Levison voted for Ellen Ranson. Councilmember Moore voted for Amy Mason. Councilmember Bagley voted for Ellen Ranson. Councilmember Christensen voted for Ellen Ranson. Councilmember Finley voted for Amy Mason, and Councilmember Santos voted for Amy Mason. Amy Mason will be your next Visit Longmont board member with 4 votes. Thank you very much.
Now it's time for final call, public invited to be heard. Is anybody like to speak to council at this time?
Scott? Nobody's here. Why don't you say something for once?
Yeah, come on.
The deadline's passed. No one will know.
All right. So I'll close final call, public invited to be heard. So now it's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. In spite of what was said earlier regarding some team from the Pacific Northwest, we have a flag, I believe, that says Longmont is Bronco country. I believe that that flag should. I move. This is an official motion that we fly that flag. Oh, excuse me.
Last time we put it in here, they lost.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Maybe just
They lost?
Mounted somewhere else.
That would be bad.
Yeah.
That was a ball.
Yeah.
That's something to consider.
It was last year.
In light of that, well, I won't get recalled for saying go that team from Seattle. Unlike somebody that else mentioned that this evening. Well, in light of that, I will just say that that perhaps we should just have that on display somewhere. Perhaps instead of maybe flying on the flagpole.
I think public censure of the mayor might be appropriate.
Councilmember Bagley, you can make that put that on comment. Anyway, so unfortunately, I was unable to attend the Dr. Martin Luther King celebration yesterday. I had just flown in from Houston. I had to start off another year with a funeral. So I understand. And I talked to Bobby King. The celebration was, from my understanding, was very well attended, very well done. So I'm glad everything went well, and so that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I hate to bring up anything at the end of council, but we really do need to update our comp plan in the southeast area of Longmont. So I would make that motion that we update the comp plan in the southeast portion of the city.
Okay, it's been moved in second.
No, you're third.
Talk too much more.
Do you have a plan to amend the comp plan anytime soon?
Yes, actually, planning staff had provided us that information based on the conversation, and that's something that we've been looking at that we need to do. So they have been putting together that over since the Planning Commission meeting in terms of bringing that together. So it is something we need to go through. It's 10 plus years old, and there's an update that's needed.
Councilmember Moore. Councilmember Levison.
I'd like to not just do that one area of town, but the whole comp plan. So I'm not going to vote for this motion unless it's the whole comp plan, which I've been advocating we should be doing. Like, friendly amendment, we look at the whole comp plan, and since the whole city it's 11 years old now from approval by council. But I think the update to the last comp plan started like in '01.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. So, speak. I mean, are you, since that was addressed at planning and zoning, is staff planning on bringing that, and when?
That is one item, Council, Sean Lewis, Assistant City Manager. That issue is one that I believe we have provided a council communication. I don't know if that's been sent out yet. But with regard to some options, whether we want to do this in terms of a couple of small area land use plans to start off with versus kind of the whole picture, I think planning staff is leaning towards in this next year, which we have not budgeted for a comp plan amendment. As you know, those are typically pretty expensive endeavors. That is not currently in the budget for 2014, but rather doing some internal small area land use plans, such as the one Councilmember Finley mentioned this year, and then working on a plan for an entire comprehensive plan in 2015. That certainly could be moved up, but again, there's definitely a funding aspect component to that as well.
Well, Bonnie's got a motion. It's been seconded. Let's vote on that motion.
Wait. Was there?
I did not accept the
Okay.
Okay, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Levison and Councilmember Christian dissenting. So,
Mayor.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. To jump back in, I know. Could we, Sean, since you or Harold, either one of you, can we get some information perhaps in our next packet regarding when staff is planning on getting us that information now that a motion has been passed, but also funding, how that all is going to work out, and perhaps have a discussion perhaps at least a brief discussion at our next study session, or in the city manager comments at the beginning of the next regular session meeting.
Do that.
Councilmember Moore.
So I have a correction to Councilmember Santos's comment about the Northwest. I think it's really Southwest Canada, not Northwest.
Well, that was the Pacific Northwest.
So that, that turns out it's Southwest Canada. But anyway, to tag along with those comments about the comp plan, I think it might be wise to put together a timeline and have deadlines associated with it, when we're going to, what area down we're going to look at, when we're going to do it, and so we can put together a plan that's easier to budget for in the future.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I also missed the MLK celebration because I was sitting at home waiting for the furnace repair guy. Had not had heat since Friday evening, so it was kind of a priority for me. And of course, they show up at 3:45 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon after waiting all day. So sorry I missed it, and read the article in the paper, and it seemed like a good celebration. I also want to encourage council members, I think we still have time for people that want to register for the CML legislative workshop, which is on the 13th of February. And I think the deadline is the 31st of January. It's an all-day session in downtown Denver where we get visits from various state officials, and we get visits from the governor usually and other high-ranking state officials to talk about state priorities, what's happening in the legislation right now, what affects cities. There's overview by CML staff about legislative priorities. It's such a great learning experience. I also want to encourage, if you haven't already signed up, the new council members for Elected Officials 101. That's absolutely excellent, and I see that there are great people on the panel. Mayor Wykenut and Debbie Brinkman, and I think, I can't remember the third, Carol Dodge from Northglenn, all on that. And that should be a great day as well. And then, I can't remember what else I was going to say. I'm getting tired. But I think that those CML events are very important. And I don't know, do we have any updates yet about getting scheduled meetings when we're in DC with any of our congressmen or senators for March?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, we haven't started that process yet, but we will.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure because we have such a limited amount of time there. So, and I'd also encourage people, if you haven't, finalized some stuff for NLC to look at those things as well.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just to bring one more thing up, business of the week. We haven't done that for a week or two, and there is a new business at 3rd and Main Street, Breakers. Understand it could be a lot of fun, so go check it out, 3rd and Main Street, Breakers.
Okay, well, first off, I want to explain my comment earlier about the Seahawks. I truly am a Bronco fan. I grew up in Seattle. It took me a long time living down here before I became a Bronco fan, and I definitely will be rooting for the Broncos. But, if the Seahawks win, the sun's still going to come up for me the next morning, well, for the rest of the town. But the other thing I wanted to... there's been a lot of emotion about this whole road issue, road lease to Synergy. And, one, I want to get clear that I've talked to Eugene. There's absolutely no chance that, LifeBridge Church is going to own our road after 20 years through adverse possession. That's not, that can't happen with government, so that's not going to happen. Now, I did have a conversation with Craig of Synergy, and he wasn't hard over on the lease. He said, if we wanted to change the terms to, shorter to 10 plus 5 and 5 option, they would be open to entertain that. So if we as council wanted to go down that road, we still can. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. Anyway, Councilmember Christensen.
Don't we have to make that decision tonight?
Well, since it's not I'm not reversing or revisiting anything, it's just an amendment. So, Eugene, I wouldn't necessarily have to make that tonight. I mean, I'd be glad to make it that tonight if we want to.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So reconsideration is reconsideration of the same vote. This would be an amendment of the contract of material terms, so it would be a new agenda item to be considered by council at any time.
Yeah. So I want to motion that we consider changing the lease terms to 10 years plus 2 5-year options. Yeah. I move that we change the lease term with Synergy to a 10-year term plus 2 5-year options.
2 5 years for 5, yeah. And then for a total of 10?
Well, for a total of 20 total.
Oh, so 10 and then our option for 5 and 5?
Right, yes.
Second.
Yes.
Don't look so painful. Doing it on the phone is probably the best.
Yeah. Mayor and Council, I'd recommend that you give direction to staff to bring this back as an agenda item so we could notice it.
Okay. That's probably a good idea. All right, so we'll make a motion that staff brings it back as a...
Second.
All right. Let's vote on that.
I haven't had enough beating up on Frank.
Yeah.
I'll take you on that.
Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Santos dissenting. Okay, city manager, any comments?
We have one item. Sandy's going to give an update on the Royal Mobile Home Park since it was mentioned earlier. So.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. Mayor Coombs, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. You know, during public invite to be heard, there were some comments about, I believe, the Channel 4 news story that was done around the Royal Mobile Home Park. I just wanted to clarify on the public information side, the Channel 4 News did contact our office that day, and we did give them a written response of which they decided not to use during the piece, and that our staff is doing absolutely everything we can to be helping those residents through this whole process. And so I just wanted to assure you of that.
We can answer any questions council may have on that topic.
City attorney, any comments?
Mayor, I do have a comment. Earlier today, I emailed council notifying that we would request to have the January 28th study session changed to a regular session. This is precipitated by some information from the city's special counsel for public finance, Dee Weiser. He will be leaving his current firm of Sherman and Howard on January 24th, starting at a new firm, Butler Snow, on January 27th. We'd like to have him under contract since he is currently working on two critical projects for the city, the broadband build out, debt issuance, as well as the Twin Peaks Mall. And therefore would request a motion to change next week to a regular session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
No further comments, Mayor.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
That wasn't as bad as it could have been.